Welcome to the regular Half Moon Bay City Council meeting of February 15th, 2022. This meeting will be held entirely by teleconference. All council members and staff will only participate via the Zoom platform using the process that will be described a little bit later, and also by Victor Hernandez, who will be doing translation. Spanish interpretation will be available within the Zoom platform. Members of the public are welcome to log into the webinar as attendees. During any public comment portions, attendees may use the raise your hand feature and will be called upon and unmuted when it is their turn to speak. The meeting is also being streamed on Channel 27, on Pacifica Coast TV, and on Facebook. If you are joining by phone and you want to comment, you hit *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. We do have two Spanish interpreters this evening, Victor Hernandez and Nicholas Leskovich. And I would ask Victor right now to say in Spanish instructions for participating in the meeting. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, honorable council members, Mr. Nisbet, Ms. Enberg, and all city staff and community members. Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenas noches. Les queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes que esta reunión será interpretada en el español. Para poder acceder a lo que es el canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que será un icono de un globo, o es decir, un mundo, que aparecerá en la barra de tareas de Zoom al fondo de su pantalla. Después de hacer eso, aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar el idioma. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Could you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone.
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Rohrbach.
Here.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
Here.
Mayor Reddick.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda? We're just approving the form of the agenda. We have a motion. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose. Vice Mayor Penrose.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, I'm just going to let the public know now that I will be pulling item 1H, which is the redistricting timeline, so that folks who intended to speak to this item on public forum may address this item later. You don't have to address it at public forum. You can address it at the time that 1H is pulled and presented. And as for public forum, comment in public forum is for items not on the regular agenda, but you can comment on items that are on the consent agenda. So with that, I will ask the city clerk to see if we have raised hands for public forum.
No hands raised yet, Mayor. If anyone has public forum comment, please raise your hand now. Okay, we have one. Mary Bernier.
Hi. Oh my God. So I hope that this doesn't go over 2 minutes. This comment concerns the inadequate protections for Half Moon Bay residents from the COVID virus spreading. Weeks ago, Matthew Chittister kindly offered to forward my concern to the appropriate person in the county health department. However, the situation now is more serious. The city needs to ask the health department to take action. The biggest concern is the terribly unsuccessful effort to vaccinate the 5 to 11-year-old kids in town. The health department has stated there will be no follow-up clinics since they've already done 3. The dates of the 3 and the results. December 15 kids showed up. Someone told me it was over Our Lady of the Pillar. It was in some room, McDonald Hall or something, and nobody knew. And not a surprise, it wasn't clearly marked. That's a problem with all of the vaccinating and testing sites almost. January 9th, there was no emails, robocalls, phone calls, flyers sent home in the backpacks of the kids telling the parents or even the principals or the staff that this vaccination clinic was happening on January 9. Evidently, it was in some place so that people who are working from home and had time to cruise the internet noticed it. 76 kids showed up. 3 weeks later was January 30th. And the hope was that could be the first vaccination clinic for the children who didn't know about it because it wasn't publicized in the schools, the January 9. However, that did not happen. The January 30th clinic was publicized Wednesday afternoon in, an email that went out. And the problem that parents have told several of us is that they get way too many, 2 to 3 emails, calls, robocalls sometimes, texts about what's going on, or, the stuff in the backpacks. One wonderful lady who is quite high up over at Unified School District, she said she never used to look at what came home in the kid's backpack till Sunday night. So that was really terrible that nobody found out hardly about the January 30th clinic. There was 73 people who showed up. So when we imagine 76 people showed on January 9th, those are mostly Anglo kids, most likely, whose parents noticed it and next door or God knows where, then we still didn't get any kids from our most at-risk community. So what I think is tremendously important is for the city to ask the health department, what percentage of the eligible kids in Half Moon Bay have gotten vaccinated? Of those kids, how many are from Latino families? Many Anglo parents have their health insurance. They simply bring their kids to their doctor for the vaccination. I don't know how I'm doing on time because I'm literally reading it from my Word document.
You're a little over, Mary.
So I'm going to follow this up with an email to each person. And thank you for your patience. Golly. Take care. Bye.
And Madam Mayor, our Deputy City Manager will be making a general summary on COVID in about 20 minutes, probably on the agenda. I don't know if he will address the concerns and questions of the speakers directly, but I'm sure he will do his best.
Yeah, I think it's important to look into this issue. It does sound alarming to me. So, do we have any other speakers on public forum?
No other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, so we're moving on to proclamations and presentations, and the first one is from the Mid-Coast Community Council.
Can you bring Claire over? Okay. Go ahead, Claire.
Good evening. Let's see, I think the last time I talked to you was before we had our meeting about the unleashed dogs. And what we ended up recommending was that they not have the off-leash dog project in Pillar Point Bluffs, but that they would do it in Quarry Park. You went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission said they didn't want it done at all. The Parks Department were unable to separate the two parks for their program. So at this point, the entire project is not confirmed, not approved. I presume it will go to the Board of Supervisors and then perhaps to the Coastal Commission. We also had our retreat, and I think that was very useful in terms of setting directions for the coming year. Let's see. We are having a presentation from the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space Program about I didn't think I was going to be on this soon. Some of the open space projects, and also we've heard about the First Flush project. we met with Supervisor Horsley, and I think that was really productive because the county is agreeing to help us with some concerns as we direct them to do so or ask them to do so. And we're starting to work on, with the county, getting some help with school transportation safety in Montera. There was a child who was hit on a bicycle by a car going to school, and the roads are really poorly marked, and hopefully we'll be able to get something done there. And also on studying the situation with leaded fuel at the airport. So those are on tap for us working more closely with the county to achieve. And I think that's about all for tonight. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Claire. Any questions for Claire tonight? I guess not, but thanks so much, Claire.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Our next presentation is on Equity Express, and we'll be hearing from Aisha Barrow, and potentially Belinda Hernandez-Arriaga, I'm guessing. We can see your screen.
All right, I am unmuted now, so thank you so much. Thank you, dear City Council, for giving us the opportunity and the time to share a little bit more about a very innovative project that is coming to the coast side, Equity Express. So my name is Aisha Barrow, and I'm the Executive Director of Life Science Cares Bay Area. We are an organization that pools life science companies, big and small, companies like Genentech, Gilead, and a lot of other companies, to unite together against poverty and to solve local problems in the community. We've been around for about a year and have partnered with several organizations, including ALAS. So I'm joined here by Belinda Arriaga, who is the Executive Director of ALAS, and many of you are already familiar with it, but in a nutshell, ALAS services the Latino community in Half Moon Bay on the coast side, and specifically for this partnership, we've been working on outreach to farm workers. So I'll tell you a little bit more about the project and the opportunity, and I'm super excited about it. One of the reasons why we identified ALAS, and specifically the coast side, is that farm workers have been left behind in many aspects of daily life on the coast side. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay, have been a resident for Half Moon Bay for 12 years. And it seems like there are two populations, the main population, but also the farm workers that are living on the margins and very often in remote areas and unseen. So we felt that there was an opportunity to bring equitable access to a lot of services that could potentially transform lives. So just to give you an example of some of the opportunities, one of the things that we know and that we've seen in data is that farm workers have been disproportionately impacted by conditions such as diabetes, high blood pressure, and COVID. And here I just took a screenshot of some recent data from San Mateo County Health showing some of the disproportionate impact that COVID has had specifically on the Latino population. And that is the case for other elements, diabetes and high blood pressures, things that a lot of our member companies really care about and we really care about equitable access to across a lot of the populations. So in addition to health equity and ensuring that everybody has equitable access to healthcare, one of the things that my organization truly cares about is equitable education as well. I mentioned that I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay. I do have a child that is almost in kindergarten, and while the schools are good here, there is a disproportionate and there is a huge disparity in outcomes and in performance between the mainstream population and the migrant children. It's very visible. All you have to do is look at organizations like gradeschools.org that publish test scores, and you'll see that there is a definite disparate outcomes in terms of how children that are of Latino descent perform and how other children perform. So a lot of that can be impacted through programs such as tutoring that today many kids may not have the opportunity to access because of systemic barriers that we are trying to solve. And finally, the other opportunity that we saw was in economic development. I've attended a lot of the city council meetings here in Half Moon Bay, and a lot of the recent conversation has been about housing and the fact that a lot of our population cannot afford the housing and the prices here. And that is due in large part to economic development and income. And we think that we can help with that by helping farm workers access better jobs. And one of the foundational premises is them being able to have access to English classes so that they can improve their chances to get those jobs. So these were in a nutshell some of the problems that we were trying to solve. And just to put this in perspective and to paint a picture of how dire the need is, in terms of healthcare. This is data from San Mateo County that asked farm workers and the folks that answered that survey. In the last 12 months, did you have trouble getting healthcare if you needed it? And the 24% said yes. And out of that, we see that one of the reasons why they're not able to get healthcare is because they can't take time off work. And that is something that is true for a lot of farm workers. There are also other barriers around transportation and things that we thought we could have an impact on. So I just highlighted here, things that through the program that I'm about to describe, we think can be directly impacted. Some of the reasons mentioned are the clinic is too far. The health center is not open when I need it. There is no transportation. I can't take time off from work. So those are things that we were looking to solve through the program that we are looking to bring to Half Moon Bay and the coast side in general. So what is this amazing program and vision? So we, in partnership with ALAS, and this was actually a brainchild of ALAS that came to us with this amazing vision and grand vision to have a Wi-Fi equipped bus that would be retrofitted and travel to farms to provide essential services and programs. So the bus would provide things such as telemedicine and access to doctors and nurses. So we don't intend to necessarily bring doctors on the buses, but we intend to have on the bus space where farm workers, their families can go in and have access to a computer when they can dial in and talk to their physician via telemedicine, just like when you go on your app and schedule a doctor visit or are able to connect to your physician without having to leave your house. We also wanted to have on the bus access to virtual tutoring and parent-teacher conferences where children can access programming, where they can be taught after school, where parents can engage in the school system with parent-teacher conferences. All of that can help with resolving that gap that we see in the education here on the coast side. And finally, we also wanted the bus to be equipped with Wi-Fi so that adults can also benefit from the ability to have English classes in partnership with some of the local colleges and can access that so that they can better their economic mobility. So we've partnered with some organizations. So the Genentech team was able to help provide a lot of the technical assistance to come up with some catches. If some of you may be familiar with Genentech, it's the biggest life science company here in the Bay Area. And they have those buses that help employees get from their homes to the campus, or it did pre-pandemic. Many of the employees are remote now, and at some point will be back in person. But they have the expertise in terms of bus design and in terms of buses in general that we were able to tap into to help us design what would be a great model for the vision that I've just described. So we envisioned that the bus will be a double-decker bus, that on one of the floors, there will be dedicated private spaces for doctor visits. And the bus will be retrofitted so that the furniture will be removed. And there would be, exam rooms that are private enough so that patients can have privacy when they go talk to their physician via telemedicine. And on the other floor, there would be cubicles for virtual trainings, for parent-teacher conferences, for adult learning, and also for the staff to be able to have conference rooms and administer things such as nutrition classes, mental health classes, and things of that nature. So the vision turned into reality. This was the vision that was presented to us about 8 months ago. And then we have a bus, and this is the actual bus that is being purchased right now and is being retrofitted so that it can be equipped to serve the needs of the farm workers community. So the vision is that this bus will go to one farm, one location per day after the main hours between 3 to 8 p.m. The frequency would be initially 3 to 5 days a week, and then we would move to 5 days a week, and eventually weekend services. And we are working on retrofitting the bus so that it can reach the coastside community by late summer, fall 2022. So this is the result of an amazing partnership, first off with ALAS that had the vision to come to us with this and that thought of this amazing idea, but also Life Science Cares, my organization, as well as major funders like Gilead, Genentech, AbbVie, and the Leadership Council of San Mateo, who helped foster some of those connections. So it really definitely took a village, but I am very excited about this opportunity to bring us some innovation and some access to farm workers that's desperately needed. So this is the team that worked on this. Council member Jimenez, also as a member of ALAS, Andy Jefferson, who leads transportation at Genentech, and Kit Wilson, who leads the Gilead Foundation. With that, I will stop sharing my screen, and I will also turn it over to Belinda, who had a few words to say about this partnership.
Thank you so much, Aisha. What a great presentation. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Also, good evening to the community. And it's just really a pleasure to be here and share about Equity Express. I just wanted to take a few minutes to highlight that this is a model that we hope can be shared across California for other farm worker communities. So we're really excited to pilot and create and develop this in Half Moon Bay, along with all the great partners that have been listed. And, thank you to all the technology and life science care companies that have come to say, hey, we want to contribute to the success of our farm workers at a time when they have given back so much to us and to the community. And what a better way to say in Half Moon Bay, look at what we're doing to contribute to make significant change, to bring equity, to bring education, to bring services, to bring resources directly to them. I think it's time in our country that we, have to take a look at, we're always searching for ways to make things better, to make things happen. And we're always waiting, for solutions. But for us here in Half Moon Bay, for ALAS, for this amazing team, the solution is going directly to the people, directly to the farms, directly to the farm workers. It's been a long time that they've been waiting for support. I think we've shared the sad story that one farm worker, I'll never forget, we were taking out Farm Worker Fridays, which we take lunch to them every Friday. And when we were taking out their meal, and their sandwich. And, he said to us, this is amazing because I've been here 40 years and no one's even ever brought me a soda. 40 years. He's 70s, in his mid 70s. So Equity Express, it's not about when, it's about now, and it's about time. And I just want to say thank you to the companies for making this happen. Thanks to all of you out there that have been cheering our farm workers on, our services, our resources, to the city of Half Moon Bay for supporting us. You have done a lot. Even the food pantry, putting food on the tables of our farm worker families, the services that you've given. This bus is going to have mental health support. I think I'm a mental health clinician. I do have to say that I think we're the first. I haven't done all the research yet out there, but I'm pretty sure that we're the first of the kind that's actually taking mental health services directly to the field, directly on site. And now with the use of this bus, we're going to have some privacy spaces for mental health. We have two clinicians, Windsor and Wendy, that are both doing this work with us in collaboration as part of our ALAS mental health team. And City of Half Moon Bay has also provided some of the services for mental health. We need more, but it's definitely been significant. Also to the County of San Mateo, I want to highlight that they've been a big partner for the Cariño Project and also for the healthcare for the homeless team that has really supported our services. So this is a small part of the work, but I would say today that Half Moon Bay should be really excited because when you see Highway 1, this bus driving down, double decker, you'll know that it's going to the fields, and you know that this is on behalf of all the community saying to our farm workers, we love you, we see you, and estamos contigo. Thank you, Aisha, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. I saw that Robert had his hand up first and then Harvey.
Yeah, I just, Aisha, I know you've started on this fantastic endeavor only about a year ago, and what an incredible success already. And I just think I am personally, and I know the whole council is very grateful to you for putting together this, because you always ask, hey, why hasn't this happened before? And sometimes it takes someone who can connect folks and resources and be dedicated and know what the heck they're doing to make things like this happen. So we're lucky to have you here. Thank you for living here. And thank you for enriching both our culture and community with this effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Harvey?
Wow, what a wonderful program. Great. That's all I got to say.
Vice Mayor was next.
Yeah, I will just ditto that. I am so impressed. I know you guys are at it constantly. You are 24/7 working for our Latino community and for our farmers. And thank God for you. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jimenez.
Great presentation. I would say no, thank you for a great presentation. Looking forward to this. Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And there's a lot of innovation going on in our community right now. And actually, ALAS and its various friends are doing a lot of the innovation. And it's really important because I think COVID highlighted the need for social cohesion, right? There's all kinds of forces, putting us into factions and causing us to, fight with each other when we really should be finding ways to partner and building that web of support. And you guys are leading the way, and it's exactly what's needed right now. So very grateful to both of you and looking forward to lots of progress and hearing reports, maybe an annual report and how things are going. And I just have one question. So when people use the bus, is there like a technical staff that's there, like to support them, like to access the technology and all that sort of thing, and potentially with language and things like that?
Yeah, that was one of the things that we definitely wanted. There will be an ALAS staff member at all times. One of the questions has come up before. Why don't you just give folks Wi-Fi and computers? The difference that the bus makes is that a lot of the community that would be utilizing the services needs help and hands-on help with the technology, with understanding how to navigate, and how to access their physician and even sometimes language. So having a staff member at all times will be critical, and that's the plan.
Yeah, and I think even if you understand the technology, I think having some of that face-to-face, the people support right there with you, is really so important. So yeah. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to quickly add thank you for your comments, and that hopefully you all will be one of the first groups that take a ride on the Equity Express. So be prepared.
I'm down with that. I look forward to the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Any other comments on this wonderful program? I guess that's it. I'll lower my hand and we'll move on. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So I don't have any announcements at this meeting. We do have a report out from closed session. Catherine?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session prior to this regular meeting to discuss two items. The first was existing litigation conference with legal counsel regarding the case Estate of Sandra Harmon versus County of San Mateo, City of Half Moon Bay et al. The council did not take any reportable action on that item. The second item was a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. This was significant exposure to litigation based on receipt of a cease and desist letter regarding the Main Street Bridge rehabilitation project. And I will say that the council did not take any reportable action, but I will report that I did receive direction to respond to that cease and desist letter, which I will be doing. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to city manager updates to council. looks like just a COVID-19 update.
We have two, actually. We did add a late announcement from Jill Ekus, but we'll start with Matthew Chittister on the COVID update.
Everybody see my screen? Okay, I will start with the COVID-19 update. I will make it quick because obviously there's been a big development, but a lot of the other information hasn't changed over the last several weeks. So obviously the biggest development is the statewide indoor mask mandate, which lifts tomorrow. And to boil it down as simple as possible, what it means is the unvaccinated must continue masking indoors, and everyone must continue masking on public transportation, healthcare facilities, senior care facilities, schools and child care facilities, and homeless shelters. And the word that the state gave today is that they'll revisit the school and child care facilities at the end of this month and continue to evaluate it until they believe it's safe and appropriate to have the children remove their masks. The county is still urging for those that are unvaccinated to get vaccinated, for those that have not received a booster to get a booster, test if you feel symptomatic, isolate if you become sick, 5 days of isolation and then 5 days of continuous masking. And then as far as masks go for the vaccinated, just because we can take our masks off indoors, obviously doesn't mean we have to. And what the county and the state are recommending is that, individuals have to look at their own situations. And if they are, if there's a household member that is at risk, if they are at risk, compromised immune systems, other complications, masking will help to keep you safer. So I think what I would say based on that is let's be patient with each other as we navigate this next stage of the pandemic. And for those that want to continue wearing masks, I think we should be supportive and understanding. And for those of us that are ready to take off our masks, be respectful of those that aren't quite ready yet. Just a quick data update. Almost 690,000 residents in San Mateo County have received at least the first dose of the vaccine. That's 93.6% as of Monday or Sunday for 5+. The reporting says 100% of Half Moon Bay residents 5+ have received at least one dose. I don't believe that means every single person. I believe that that's 99% plus. And of course, there could be disparity in the data. So to the point we heard from Mary earlier, I think it is important for us to ask that question of the county, understand what 100% means and ensure that the data is correct. We actually will be participating in a meeting later this week on Thursday to talk about the vaccinations and how to reach the remaining individuals, especially hard to reach populations. And so we'll definitely bring this up there, but we'll also reach out individually. Total county cases continues to increase. It's certainly slowed down since the surge, but you can see since my last report 2 weeks ago, there's been another 13,000 cases. So Omicron is still working its way through our community. I think we can expect it to keep working through our community as people take off their masks. Half Moon Bay has seen another 2,000 or 1,500 folks, 200 folks infected over the last couple of weeks. So it's not gone, it's just slowing down. And the RF, which is the number of people that are expected to infect another person when they're positive, you always want it to be below 1 because that means we're contracting. If it's over 1, we're expanding. It was 1.5 a month ago. We were down to 0.65 2 weeks ago, and we're down to 0.59 now. So things are definitely slowing down. And then, of course, this is, I think, the most important number of all, which is hospitalizations, which have just dropped way down. And so the county's feeling very good about where we're headed. Obviously wants us to continue to be vigilant in protecting ourselves, but things are changing rapidly starting tomorrow. As far as vaccinations go, Coastside Hope continues to provide vaccinations for 12 and up on Fridays, and the Coastside Clinic for 12 and up on Sundays. It is a little difficult to find anything that says 5+. So that's another question we'll be asking the county on Thursday at our meeting is where do you find parents find it for their younger children? It's a different process. It's a different dosage level, and that's why it's separated out. But it certainly isn't as easy to find the information. So we'll be looking for all of that. And once we get that information, I would recommend we put something out in e-news to get the word out to the community and through all of our community partners. And then testing, we will continue to offer testing, or the county will continue to offer testing at the Ted Adcock Community Center Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And my understanding at this point is getting tested is not difficult anymore. The major draw and waits to get appointments or waiting in line to get tests has dropped off. And anybody who wants a test should be able to get a free test Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here in Half Moon Bay. And a reminder, you can still order your free tests. We're hearing that people are finally receiving those. And so it does not hurt to have some of these home tests on hand, I think, for the next year. And again, get tested if you're feeling symptoms, and only call 911 in an emergency or go to the hospital in an emergency. If you have regular symptoms like a headache, congestion, a cough, fatigue, contact your regular doctor. Try to treat yourself at home first. We don't want to inundate our hospitals unnecessarily. And that is it for my report. I'm happy to take any questions or comments that we can take back to the county on this item.
Yeah, so I'll start. I am a little concerned about the low vaccination rates for young people. And the reason is I've seen various maps on various health sites, sort of contact tracing maps. And a lot of what I've seen lately is children bringing it into the household and then it spreading to other family members in other homes and things like that. So, if they're not getting the word about, how to access that, and if we have to help, coordinate access to that, I think it's really important. And they're a pretty strong vector, at the moment. Maybe not as much as 20-somethings going to bars, but it's still a concern. So I'm glad Mary, brought up that issue, and I think we should, look into it and talk to the county and see if there's something that can be done there to improve that record. That's all I have. Any other council members have questions or comments? Okay, we can move on to the next item.
Okay, I'll turn the time over to Jill Ekus, our Community Development Director.
Good evening. Hello, Council. Nice to see you tonight, community, and our speakers tonight as well. I'm really happy to announce that the 555 Kelly Avenue RFQ has been put forth today and broadly distributed. Next slide, please. We are trying hard to get the word out, and we also sent it to all of you council members if you know of anyone who's interested and anyone at all who has received a copy of the RFQ. And you can think of a nonprofit that may have a good vision or be a good fit for the 555 Kelly site. Do please forward it on. The webpage is featuring this, and we have a very well-developed email list, which was supported by the San Mateo County Department of Housing and our housing consultant. The RFQ approach, we are seeking qualified candidates who are capable of maximizing this city-owned property for affordable housing to very low and extremely low income households, and also to provide for support services in conjunction with that housing. The RFQ has enough of a timeline to give nonprofits an opportunity to really think through their qualifications and to perhaps partner with others that have some more expertise in one thing or another, and really bring to Half Moon Bay what council's looking for using this important site. Last slide, please. And we have a few next steps, and you are welcome. Everyone's welcome to go and take a look at this on the website. We will have with our candidates a site tour as well as a Q&A session in March. And the submittal is May 9th. So there's, it sounds like a lot of time right now, but it will go fast for these interested candidates. We are receiving their questions by email, and what we'll do is batches of questions come in. Our housing consultant and I will prepare answers, and the questions and the answers will be posted on the website so that they, all that information will benefit everyone who is interested in this project. As you can see in this graphic, we are highlighting the 555 Kelly Avenue property. It's about 6,000 square feet, a little bit bigger than that, but also noting that a potential expanded site area could include a portion of the TED Ad Hoc Community Center parking lot. Understanding that that area is important for the city for parking, but there are ways to do more than one thing with a piece of land. So we're looking forward to seeing the innovation and reporting back to you soon as things progress. At your next meeting on March 1st, housing consultant and I will be giving you an update about 555 Kelly and all the other things that we've been working on since your November housing meeting, as well as just things that have been ongoing over the last couple of years. We look forward to doing that. If you have questions about the RFQ, do let me know.
Questions from council members to Jill? Comments? I think it's a great move. And I wasn't aware that we had made so much progress on getting something out. So thank you for that.
Jill, are the developers eligible to get some of our affordable housing fund money?
They are. Any use of this site that was defined in the RFQ would be a potentially eligible use for your affordable housing fund guidelines. So that's a council determination, but certainly that was part of the intent as one potential funding source.
Great.
Vice Mayor, you're muted.
Yes, Jill, you mentioned supportive services, and I'm just curious to know if we are considering only nonprofits who will provide support services for the project, or if we could just build affordable housing. I know they often go hand in hand, but is it necessary that they offer support services?
It is not necessary. We tried to make this flexible, understanding that the priority is to maximize the site for affordable housing. And so if there's a proposal that comes in without services, but it's really focused on housing affordability levels and serving the target population that council is seeking to support, then that would be an eligible candidate.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Jill. We're going to move on. Look forward to hearing more about it.
And Madam Mayor, if you're about to move on to consent calendar, I do have an announcement of a correction that I'd like to make for the council and for the record. It's item 1D on the consent calendar, which is the electrification ordinance. It's before you tonight for a second reading of that ordinance and adoption. And the correction I want to make is on page 9 of the ordinance, which is an attachment to the staff report. Inadvertently, there was a mistake on that page towards the bottom. It indicated under exemptions for greenhouses that they would be exempt to 2035. That is not the version that you reviewed at your first reading, and it is not the direction the council gave us when you voted 2 weeks ago. That was discovered a couple days ago. It's been corrected. The version online was changed to the exemption being 2045. That's the version that's before you tonight when you adopt the consent calendar. I just wanted to announce that for the record.
And I would like to pull 1D for the purpose of voting. I don't need any long discussion about it.
Okay, so we're pulling item 1D and 1E. 1H. So let's take a motion and a second to approve the remaining items on the consent calendar. Then we'll hear the other two items.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I won't have, do we have to read all the items? Is that a requirement, or could we move on?
It is not a requirement.
Okay. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so on 1D, you don't need a staff report, Harvey? You just wanted to make some
No,
comments?
I just want to be on the record. I voted no 2 weeks ago, and I want to make sure that my no vote is recorded. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, so we need a motion and a second then to approve item 1D.
So
And the motion would be as amended per manager.
Yes, right. Deborah, did you make that motion?
I did.
Okay, so it's to approve per the city manager's amendments.
Second.
Second, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
No.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 1H. Would you be presenting on that, Jessica?
I can, unless if you wanted to start.
Okay, well, I think that the staff recommendation is straightforward. I asked for this item to be on the agenda because questions were raised about the published timeline not, matching up with what has actually happened, and people feeling like there should have been more opportunities based on the timeline than they've been given to weigh in. So my first question would be, are there any members of the public who would like to address this item?
I do have 2 hands raised so far, and if you'd like, I could give a quick recap of the timeline.
I'm not sure it's necessary.
Okay.
But let's start with public comment, because that was kind of the issue. So.
Okay, so first comment is Paulette Eisen.
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see you all. I want to just make a comment on this, even though I really do feel I'm kind of Johnny come lately on this, but that I guess is part of the issue, is that I haven't been paying attention to this, even though I think it's very important that Half Moon Bay conducts fair and transparent elections. Other than filling out the survey on redistricting, I haven't, as I say, I haven't paid attention to this process until I read an article from the Daily Journal that informed me that the survey that I and others filled out was ignored and dismissed by the city council members as well as the redistricting committee. It was at that point that I looked up who was on this committee and was dismayed to discover that at least 3 members of the committee that I know have personal close ties to our current city council members. This taints, as far as I'm concerned, this taints the whole process. And even if these members are well-intentioned, which I'm sure they are, and trying to be objective, it still doesn't come out that way. We either have to fight this whole concept of districting in a small town like ours, or we need people who have no bias or knowledge of our current city council members to create our districts so there's no hint of gerrymandering or trying to carve out districts that will help re-elect our current city council members. I mean, that should not be the goal. my vote is to fight the whole idea of districting in such a small town as ours. It divides us more, and what we need is unity. So short of that, we need to find a way to approach this whole process with no hidden agendas. Frankly, I don't think our city council should be involved in it at all. I think that alone taints the process. For them to even select the committee members is not right. I mean, none of this has been done in a way that I feel anyway, as a resident of Half Moon Bay, that I feel confident about this whole process, and that I don't feel that, and that there's no hidden agendas. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulette. Next, we have Mary Bernier.
Hi, thank you again. So I want to thank Mayor Ruddick first, just for affirming that it is important to investigate what's happening with our 5 to 11-year-old kids. In terms of the redistricting, I'm a resident of Leslie Gardens. Very happy, grateful resident. And it just strikes me, living so close to the fields, it's right down at the end of the road, and watching farm workers working there is so moving, because our whole world, all of us living, breathing, eating people depend on those who are feeding us. And what I love about having Joaquin on the council, and I hope that he will become our council member in this, perhaps this new district, kind of the south part of town, is that he's doing what 53 years ago, I was a volunteer with the Farm Workers Union for 3 years. And at that time, people were never even thought of the farm workers who fed them. Never even thought, like that beautiful comment of the person who 40 years and never even had a drink brought to them. When we were making presentations out on the boycott, people couldn't believe, and it was true, that women had to just, pull their pants down and go to the bathroom in front of other workers. If they were lucky and the bushes were tall enough that they were working in, their feet vines and stuff, they'd have a little bit of privacy. And we haven't really changed that awfully much. And just 100 times over, I'm so grateful, despite my complaints about the health department and other things that are happening in Half Moon Bay. I don't see Matthew, but he would be going, oh my God, yeah. Anyway, that your council is so absolutely hearing what Joaquin is saying. And I know you've known and have helped the feelings already, but it just takes that organizing. What Aisha pointed out in the Equity Express talk is 24% of the workers weren't getting the medical care because they couldn't get the time off of work. So this is a protection for all of us, all residents of Half Moon Bay. If we have a council person like Joaquin protecting everyone's health, you can't have somebody picking fruits and vegetables that's infected, but people have to go to work. So thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, Mary.
Next, we have Jan Hansen.
Hi, my name is Jan Hansen. I live in Kenyatta Cove. As I've said several times before, I'm speaking on my own behalf and not for any other person or group. These are my own personal comments and observations. Any suggestion otherwise is not true. Two main comments. First is I need to explain why I did not submit written comments for tonight's agenda packet. I recently learned that written comments that were sent in good faith by some of my Kenyatta Cove neighbors to the city clerk for her transmittal to council members for tonight's meeting were first provided to an outside third party who copied and posted them on the Nextdoor social media site while adding his own derogatory annotations. Pursuant to an outstanding public records request, this outside third party obtained the comments and posted them on social media even before they were sent by the city clerk to the council in the agenda packet or otherwise made available to the public. This has certainly had a chilling effect on efforts by myself and my neighbors to send further written comments to the council or even to make oral comments at tonight's meeting. While this was happening, 21 written comments from Kenyatta Cove residents were submitted to the city clerk, and they appear in tonight's agenda packet as attachment 5 to the staff report in the tab correspondence. I point out that about 90% of those comments disapproved of being deferred 2 years in the vote or being moved up the road 2 miles. My second point, there's many parts to it, and I need to summarize here. Since January 19, the public has played an important part in the remaining previously scheduled steps of the city's redistricting process. Number one, after the January 27 advisory committee meeting was canceled, it was the result of public input that got it back on the schedule. At the January 27 meeting, it was the result of the public input. There were 8 mailed comments and 4 oral comments that brought to the committee's attention for the first time this question of election sequencing and voter deferral. Third, at that January 27 meeting, the question of gerrymandering and its need to be sent back to the city attorney was first raised. Again, the committee recognized the need for additional impact from the public and the council. Most recently, at a February 12 redistricting town hall last Saturday in Kenyatta Cove, which was attended by Council Member Harvey Rohrbach, approximately 20 to 25 Kenyatta Cove residents expressed their views and posed very articulate and well-reasoned questions about redistricting. Hopefully I can describe this more in section 2A of tonight's agenda. The point is, the public has been making itself known. At that meeting, Councilmember Rohrbach heard directly from the public. The public are also known as the voters. They're also known as seniors. And I think for the council or the committee or for the consultant to try to surmise and hypothesize what is best for seniors, when the actual voice and input from the seniors has been available, I think that should be the deciding voice. So in conclusion, since the January 19 council meeting, the advisory committee and the council have had significant opportunities to hear from the public. Isn't that the best process and the best information available upon which to base a decision about what is a senior community of interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Our next speaker is David Ablovi.
Thank you, Jessica. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Paulette and Jan for setting the table for the remarks that are going to follow here. Ms. Ruddick, your attempt, along with Planning Commissioner Rick Hernandez, Redistricting Advisory Committee member Hal Bogner, former Mayor Adam Eisen, and his mom, Paulette Eisen, to undermine public confidence in the work and recommendation of the Redistricting Advisory Committee has been a direct attack on the very foundations of our local representative government. You have set neighbor against neighbor, neighborhood against neighborhood, and have undermined public confidence in our electoral system, which will take years to unravel if we ever manage to repair the damage you have caused. Your sad attempt to use your power to put in place a map from which you and your surrogates would benefit will be remembered forever as one of the grossest political fouls in HMB history. You, Mayor, said the redistricting process was shortened and abridged. It was not. You said 2 meetings were skipped. They were not. You said we have 2 months to think things through. We do not. At best, we have 2 weeks to play with. You said that the map which was chosen would disenfranchise voters without clarifying what that means. You said we need to examine how to remedy the harm that has been done. I shouldn't have to say this, but the recommended map does not disenfranchise voters, something I know you already know. You used the word gerrymandering to describe the map the committee selected. Not only was this inaccurate, inaccurate, but it was also a highly inflammatory charge that was intended to discredit the work of the advisory committee while also ignoring the fact that the committee took extra steps to ensure that the map was legally compliant. Your surrogate spread the foul rumor that votes were being stolen and that the artifact of deferring voters had been deliberately chosen by the advisory committee. You gave people the false impression that they could get their votes back and that a map had not already been selected specifically to benefit your clear attempt to undermine this process. Your surrogates whispered that the advisory committee was corrupt because the selection process allowed members to be personally selected for loyalty. As you know, the nomination and application process was completely anonymous, and spreading these rumors caused harm to the community by trashing the immense effort that the city clerk made to ensure that there was no bias in the selection process. You co-opted and encouraged a few misguided neighbors in Kenyatta Cove, misleading them about the process and manipulating them with the falsehoods already described. You cynically knew you were using these folks for your own political ends, but you went ahead anyway, which is why we're even hearing this item right now. Your malignant efforts during this process have been beneath contempt and have done immense harm to the community you are supposed to be serving. Your colleagues on the council should recognize this failure by immediately moving to close this item after public comment before returning later with an item to censure you for your role in this sordid affair. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, David. Next, we have someone by the name of Zoom user.
Hello, my name is Rick Hernandez. I am a citizen of Half Moon Bay, and I have the honor to be the vice chair of the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission. First of all, amen to having Joaquin on the council. It's great to see better representation. Now, I will clarify that I am speaking for myself and by myself, and I am not part of some cabal. I join you tonight from the city of Santa Monica, who is also struggling with this fundamentally flawed districting law. Santa Monica has chosen to fight this law in court, a fight they are currently winning, and I hope they win. Like many towns struggling with this law, we are a small community with few people willing to serve an elected appointed office. District voting makes it even more difficult to attract good, qualified candidates to serve. It also fractures us into tribes unnecessarily, as witnessed by the previous comments, people looking for things to split us apart. The whole community should be able to elect or unelect anybody who serves on the council. If we need to get creative so that we increase diversity and representation, I think we're smart enough to find ways to do that, and we should. Our own city got districting wrong the first time around and asked good, honest people to join a redistricting advisory committee to come up with 4 non-binding recommendations for the city council to consider. There were many competing requirements and trade-offs, many mutually exclusive trade-offs. Now, these people did their homework and they put 4 choices to the city council in January. They were honest people doing honest work. Now, there are 2 problems. Setting that aside, if you look at the maps, and there's choices, there are 2 problems with map 504C that this council voted for in January. The first one is that the maps break up traditional neighborhoods in strange ways, and by appearance, contain one district that is neither contiguous nor compact. To a layperson, this appears to be gerrymandered. Regardless of intent, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. A scientific process run by honest people can produce flawed results if the rules are defined the wrong way. And this is exactly what the city of Santa Monica is fighting. More importantly, though, this process will take the right to vote away from hundreds of citizens, some of whom will end up not being able to cast their vote for 6 years. That is a fact. During the last citywide election, which was the first with district voting, like most of the city, I was unable to vote for any city council member at all. Everybody in this town should be able to vote for at least one city council member in every election. They certainly should not have to wait 6 years to vote like some of our friends and neighbors in Kenyatta Cove are being asked to do. If you're going to vote, if you're going to remove or defer a vote, you should only do so with due process and appropriate deliberation. Let's take the time to get this right. We don't want to get sued and lose again. More importantly, we want the public to have confidence in what we're doing. I don't want our city cast in the same light as willful and pernicious gerrymanders, and I know you don't either. In summary, Don't pick a map that contains what is arguably a gerrymandered district. You have at least one other alternative from the 3 remaining choices that meets that criteria. I also implore you to come up with a transition plan that does not disenfranchise or defer the vote of any of our citizens unnecessarily. This could include citywide elections for all districts with staggered terms the first year we implement redistricting. If you truly believe in what you are doing, let the whole community give you and your plan the thumb up or the thumb down. If not, you may not appreciate how those folks vote when they finally get their chance in 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Next speaker is Chris.
Hi, my name is Chris Judkins. I live in Kenyatta Cove. I'd first like to say that I agree with everything Jan said and also our Zoom person. I also was going to write the city council. I don't like the way any of this has happened, and I'm very concerned about the third party who has personally been calling me names through Nextdoor and putting down almost everything I say. And yet he says he has no dog in the fight. I do not think that we should be separated by a thin line on the east side of Highway 1. I think it's ridiculous that we're going to be connected to town by 6 houses over 2 miles. I would like to have more time to have our community get more involved in this and talk more about it with each other and with the city council and with the map people. And I think that rushing this through is not going to be beneficial for anyone in the end. And if and when Moon Ridge gets annexed into the city, we're going to go through this again, and it's going to cause another great divide. So I would just like to say in closing that I'm very against the map that has been proposed, and I would like to stay with the old map that keeps us in more of a compact neighborhood. We all have a vote. All of our votes count. It doesn't matter if we're rich, we're poor, we're old, we're young. It doesn't matter if we have a big house, a little house, a mobile home, a modular home, or a mansion. We still have the right to vote, and taking it away from us is not the way to go about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The next speaker is Hal Bogner. Hal, you're muted if you're there.
Can you hear me now, Jessica?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, council members. I'm Hal Bogner. I'm a member of the Redistricting Advisory Committee. I believe that there are 3 basic policy questions to be answered. If those 3 policy questions can be answered later tonight, if the council can give direction on all 3 of those things to the committee, it's my belief that the committee can work very quickly to finalize the map and meet whatever deadline needs to be met. If the city council feels it needs more time to answer those 3 policy questions, that's the council's prerogative. And I believe the committee will finalize the map as soon as the city council provides such direction on those 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal. The last hand raised is Tom Devine.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. I'm also a resident of Kenyatta Cove, but I'm speaking mostly because I really think that the whole districting issue is based on false premises and does a disservice to the citizens of Half Moon Bay. First thing I would say is the lawsuit that was threatened against Half Moon Bay is meritless. They alleged that Half Moon Bay has a history of suppressing the Hispanic vote, and they produced no evidence for that, beyond saying that only one person had run for city council in the last 20 years, no longer true, and that person was not elected, quote, was defeated due to the block voting of the non-Latino electorate, a claim for which it produced no evidence and for which I believe no evidence could be produced. It further claimed that lack of representation for Latinos, quote, has been a longstanding issue for the city of Half Moon Bay. Again, it produced no evidence for that beyond the 2014 Yanira Serrano Garcia incident in Moonridge. Since Moonridge is not currently part of the city of Half Moon Bay, that incident, tragic as it was, is not relevant to the lawyer's argument. Secondly, the proposing redistricting does not solve the alleged problem of Latino lack of representation, because none of the districts on any of the maps have a Latino majority. Even to say that is to demonstrate that beneath the charges of disenfranchisement of Latinos lies an assumption that voters vote as blocks according to their race. I believe that assumption is fundamentally flawed and is insulting to every voter in the city. There may indeed be a need for the Latino population to have greater representation in the city's government, but I don't believe that the district-based elections are an effective way to realize that goal. And while failing to solve the alleged problem, they create new problems for all the citizens of Half Moon Bay. For many of the other speakers have already said this, but I'll just recapitulate. Between 600 and 1,000 voters will lose their opportunity to vote for council in the 2022 election. Listening to the Redistricting Advisory Committee meeting of January 27th, I was shocked to hear more than one committee member say that they were unaware of this fact before it was presented to them by comments from members of the public. My community, Kenyatta Cove, last voted for council members in 2018, and if MAP 504C is adopted, we won't be able to vote again until 2024, a gap of 6 years. If a different map is adopted, other citizens will face that situation. Secondly, another substantial number of voters will be represented for the next 2 years by council members for whom they had no opportunity to vote. That is, voters who are moved to a district whose council member is not up for election in 2022 will now be represented, if that's an applicable term, for 2 years by a council member who was elected to a 4-year term in the previous election cycle by the voters of the previously existing district.
I need you to wrap up.
Sorry. I would therefore say I agree with Mr. Hernandez that we should return to at-large elections as soon as possible. And in order to ensure fair representation of all voters, I would urge those council members who are not up for election in this cycle to voluntarily resign their posts and run again in the 2022 City Council election.
Thank you, Tom. That concludes public comments, Mayor.
Okay. I'll start by asking council members if they have any questions or comments. Okay, then I will. So at first, after our meeting on the 19th, council acted very quickly. You know, we took a vote. I was thinking, that's it. Then I started hearing from residents of Kenyatta Cove and listening to what they had to say about the process. And I was particularly disturbed about the issues of not having time to consider the issue of deferments. Now, it seems to me, you've heard from Kenyatta Cove people, you've heard from Rick Hernandez, I've heard from others, like how important and how serious it is that their votes might be deferred. In fact, that's one of the things they cared about the most. And the committee didn't get a chance to even talk about that until their meeting on the 27th. The council didn't have that conversation at all. We didn't have that information for the meeting on the 19th. So deferment has become the big issue, and we haven't had a chance to discuss that and have that inform our decision making. So if you look at the timeline, it's been very compressed. And part of that was, the problem was the census data. The committee did start earlier, I think maybe even late summer, but they didn't really have numbers to work with until the fall. And even then, they drew maps that weren't population based. So it was only at the November 8th meeting when it was determined that maps submitted by community members were not population based. And then it was only like a little more than a month later where the committee voted to, recommend the maps to the city council. So there's only a month between hearing the maps aren't population based, having to change the maps, and then making a recommendation. And so then our first meeting is on the 19th. So at our meeting on the 19th, we weren't apprised of the planned multi-stage meeting schedule. It was not discussed. It wasn't presented to staff, and we didn't discuss it. We also only discussed 5 district maps versus 4 district maps. We never had a chance to actually discuss all the 5 district maps that were on the table. Actually, there were 2 that they proposed. And I agree with Rick. These people are courageous. They did a great job with the materials they had. They did a good work for the time that they were allotted. So I'm not attacking the committee or staff. This is our first time out after a census doing this work. And pitfalls are to be expected, but we have to recognize what they are, where the omissions were. And I think we need to move forward to correct them. So the final map selection by the council was supposed to be tonight, not on January 19th. And there was supposed to be a public meeting on Saturday, January 22, which ended up being canceled because of the 119 vote. So the public, didn't get a chance to weigh in there. I think that's a problem. Just a comment about the committee itself. There's been a lot of misinformation floating around social media that the Redistrict Advisory Committee was a commission with powers. It's not. It's an advisory committee, and the council itself, when it formed the committee, made a decision publicly that we would reserve the decision for ourselves on the map. And point of fact, we actually participated in the process of selecting the committee, because while we didn't actually interview them, we were asked to rank them to get to a full committee, and we did so. So it's not like we had no role in appointing this committee. I don't recall the council asking the committee to recommend a preferred map. I think we asked for a 4-district map and a 5-district map. They took the time to recommend a preferred map, but it wasn't required, by us. So basically, I think we have some time between now and April where we need to get a handle on this process. And I think some of the decisions are missing based on lack of information on deferment. My understanding was part of the process was between the last set of maps and this set of maps, we only had to make changes of move 200 people from District 4, right? I haven't seen any maps just showing, the move of 200 people. The deferments are in the, like 800, 900, and then well over, 1,000. Why don't we have maps showing a deferment of 200 people? That was set as the goal. It wasn't clear to me that the committee took into consideration the community survey results. My understanding, only about 10 people per meeting showed up to give input. I don't know how many maps were produced by the public. My understanding is Many of them were produced by the same individual. So I'm concerned about, public input and the fact that the public didn't understand the deferment issue and therefore may not have been terribly interested in the process. We're trying to determine districts for 10 years. So that's why I think this process is really important. Again, it's our first time out. I'd like to do it right for 10 years. What else? I was concerned about how the government code criteria for establishing districts was done. I noticed on a staff report that the government criteria were actually only summarized for the members of the committee. When I looked at the government code, and I've spent a lot of my professional life reading California government code, it sets out a definite list of priorities and defines some things that weren't really part of the charge of the committee. So I think that's an issue. So I think, given that we have 2 months and hoping that there's committee interest, I think we need to send some direction back to the committee and have them meet again and to address some outstanding issues. One of the goals needs to be, I think, to minimize the impact between existing districts and new districts. Again, the goal was we only had to shift 200 people, right? Why are we shifting, more than 1,000 in some cases? So I think one direction would be let's see some maps that minimize the impact. Let's see what changes if we're following word by word, the government code relating to how we evaluate things like contiguity, compactness, et cetera, et cetera. Take another look at how deferments, shape the maps, especially as relates to, Kenyatta Cove and Ocean Colony. And then I'd be interested in knowing, would we get different maps if we looked at districts that crossed Highway 1 as opposed to going north-south on either side of Highway 1? So I think we need to use the time we have to have the committee take another look and give the public a chance, especially to hear about the deferments. I think we should have sent out a news release to people or published an ad in the newspaper that said, here are the proposed maps. Here's who's deferred, who might accelerate. You should know about this. You should have some input on this. So after hearing from Kenyatta Cove and hearing from some very intelligent people I know who had just learned about this, I became increasingly concerned. I started out thinking that was the end, and I've become concerned. So I felt it was important to give people a chance to discuss not the map so much, but the process, and that's why it's on there. So Harvey, you can go first.
Thanks. I think the process was wonderful. I think the committee worked tirelessly in a nonpartisan way. They were anonymously appointed, and to suggest that their unanimous decision was not done in the interest of the city is just wrong. I don't think we'd ever get another citizen advisory committee on any topic if we ignored what we thought their expertise was. So the committee, which was appointed anonymously by us, made a unanimous decision. They worked hard, and I think to ignore that is wrong. Just the way it works. If you change districts, and we obviously had to change districts because of the census. So I am not in favor of dissing the process. I thought the process was well done, and I want to respect it. Thank you.
Robert.
Well, I think any redistricting process is fraught with emotional issues, and that's what our consultants told us this is not an easy process. And that's why we hired a good consulting firm. And some of this name calling and there's a lot of negativity that I've heard this evening. I just want to make a comment to David Oblovi that as far as I'm concerned, we're not going to censure anyone. And actually, I don't really feel like you telling us how we should judge our fellow council members. And calling people surrogates, minions, malignant efforts. I've seen your Nextdoor postings as well. And I haven't really been happy with a lot of some of your posturing. And it's a really interesting question about whether or not people were appointed by council members. I mean, that wasn't my experience. We were given the letters of interest to read and write them, and they were anonymous. Now, I'll admit, there was someone on there who I recognized, not a friend, a personal acquaintance, but yeah, there was someone there I recognized based on what they wrote. And maybe other council members knew some of those folks. The point was, we didn't communicate with them. I didn't communicate with anyone on that redistricting committee. And in fact, I didn't even watch any of the meetings till recently after I asked our city council, is that okay? I was just being very cautious. So, you know, when everyone's looking around, here's the deal. Sound like Joe Biden. Here's the deal. You know, everyone's looking for, well, was there this undue influence by council members on members of that redistricting committee? Well, the reality is we are very constrained. We have consequences. We have Brown Act issues if we start talking to members of a redistricting committee. However, other members of the public are very free to act as lobbyists, unpaid lobbyists, I would say, volunteer lobbyists. That could be an individual. I have no idea if some of those individuals who we've heard from tonight encouraged some of their friends and colleagues to apply for the redistricting committee. But that's what a democracy is. You can be a lobbying group of one, you can be a lobbying group of many, or an interest group that can communicate as much as they want with members of a redistricting committee, with members of the council, and face no consequences whatsoever, but could be influencing things. And you know what? That's life. That is life. We appointed this council. We trusted them. We wanted to keep our fingerprints off, keep it independent. And, you know, this is the only time I've ever done this since I've been on council, but I'd like to read something into the record here. And this was a letter to the editor in the review written by Marin Holt, who is the chair of the redistricting committee. And the title was Redistricting Committee Work to Represent the Community. And she wrote, in response to state law, we created a redistricting committee, selected 7 members of the community to evaluate census data and update existing district maps. Task was to review 2020 census data, solicit input from the public, draft maps from the public with the intent of balancing district populations using updated census numbers. The committee would select a draft map to recommend to the city and would also advise on one of these 2 options. Should the city have 4 voting districts with 4 council members and an elected mayor? Or 2, should Half Moon Bay have 5 districts with a council member for each and a rotating member? During the course of this process, the advisory committee held 8 meetings on Zoom, which were open to the public and available for anyone to view on the city's website. With the support of city staff, our Jessica Blair was at every meeting and other staff members, as well as consultants. The committee took input from the public, reviewed census data, and utilized an accessible mapping tool to explore the city's demographics. Communities of interest were identified to ensure that certain voices in our community would not be diluted. I thought that that was an admirable focus of the committee. The committee unanimously selected a 5-district map that was submitted by a member of the public, a map that the committee felt best represented communities of interest in the city and overall interest. We also unanimously decided the rotating mayor model would ensure an opportunity for representation in all districts to serve in leadership. On January 9th, the committee presented these 2 recommendations to the City Council. My fellow committee members and I have spent transparently evaluating the data and the various district mapping options, and ultimately selected a map that we feel best serves the city of Half Moon Bay. An unfortunate but unavoidable side effect of any redistricting process is that, as a result of updated district boundaries, voter sequencing is impacted, and some citizens may miss out on an election. This is a natural side effect of the process and not a reason to dismiss the process entirely. The efforts of the committee have been transparent, data-driven, and committed to equitable representation. So, yeah, I've looked at the map, and I had some of the same impressions.
Councilmember Brownson, remember, we're not talking about the map at this point. We're just talking about process.
The process.
And I'm not faulting the committee or staff. I am faulting a process that was compressed, and I think some things got omitted. I think some decisions were made too quickly, and I'm concerned that this could put us at risk for litigation.
Well, I understand that, and I did also watch in the process the January 27th meeting. I did go back and look at that. I went back and looked at the December 16th meeting also as well, where I really saw, how the vote was going and which maps people favored. And there was some, at the January 27th meeting, there were some concerns, raised for some of the redistricting committee members said, wow, didn't realize that there are all these voting deferrals going to happen, as well accelerations. And I watched that. And one of the folks said, yeah, actually, that really disturbs me. If I didn't know that. And then I watched as the consultant said, well, that's actually a normal part of the process. So if we didn't choose this map that you just recommended, and you choose the other map, we'd have hundreds of other, it would go the other way, right? People would be ticked off, somewhere else. And the chair of the, redistricting committee, went around and asked everyone, well, do you want to change your preferences? Do you want to change anything? Or do you want to finalize these recommendations as is? And everyone there said, yeah, we do want to finalize these recommendations. And frankly, when I looked at, if it had gone back to them, it looked pretty, to me, what I was observing, they were going to pick the same map. Do I have issues with some of the process? Do I have concerns? But at the end of the day, my personal commitment was to defer a lot of my personal judgments or preferences. They could have recommended, right off the bat, 4 district maps. And that's not something I would have liked, but that was my decision at the front end of this process to let the committee make its decisions. And especially when it was, unanimous decisions, and I saw a lot of consensus in most cases. And a lot of the things that have been brought up today, I felt like, they took a hard look at in many ways. And then that voter deferment thing came up, and that's when it was pointed out that was going to happen no matter what. So that's my opinion of the process. I may have my own personal concerns, but I'm putting them to the side based on what I feel I committed to from the start and having an independent committee. Thank you. Sorry for the length, but
quite all right.
Issues here.
Vice Mayor Penrose. You're muted.
My major concern is the fact that the process, because of the vote that we took at our last council meeting, the council shortchanged the public of a chance to have input into the process. That is my big bug. I think that the process was outlined so that maps could be drawn by the redistricting committee, and then the general public could comment on them and question them and ask for revisions or whatever they wanted to do, or accept them, whatever. That never happened because as a council, we shortchanged them and took a vote. I was concerned at the time. I voted against it at the time, not because I was against any particular map, but because I thought the process was important and public input is important. That's my point. I have a question, however, and my question is put to Catherine, our city attorney. What if we did nothing and didn't do redistricting? What if we just decided we were going to allow the suit to go forward and fight the suit in court? What if we put it as a ballot measure and ask the public, do you want to do redistricting or do you not? In fact, I think that might be the first step we should take. Do it, have a special election as soon as we can, and ask the general public, what do you want? Do you want to risk a lawsuit and deny redistricting as a process that we're interested in or not? And I bet you anything, the outcome of all of that would be, we don't want redistricting. We're a small town. I haven't heard one person say they think it's a good idea. Not one single person. So Catherine, I'd just like to hear what you have to say to that.
Yeah, I'll speak to the, I guess to the litigation risk first. In terms of the process, that might be something I would ask Jessica to help me out with. In terms of the litigation risk, just as a reminder, we received the threat back in, I think it was 2017 or 2018. Very few cities have fought it, with the exception of Santa Monica. So, there's a reference made in the public comment to, well, let's, see what happens with Santa Monica. And I would say many cities like ours are waiting to see what happens with Santa Monica. As a reminder, they're a much bigger city, have more resources, and decided to fight it. And I believe they lost in the trial court, but then were successful in the Court of Appeal. But then the California Supreme Court has taken up this issue. I mean, it's this important, and of course, it's controversial across the state that this, California Supreme Court felt like it was worthy of their review. They don't take every case; they only take a very small fraction. So at this point, we're waiting to hear what they say. The case is briefed, but there hasn't been any oral argument. And so I don't anticipate that we're going to get an answer from the California Supreme Court for months. It could be more towards this fall. And then I wouldn't be surprised if the legislature has something to say even after that. Perhaps there's a desire to amend the California Voting Rights Act and exempt small cities, or make other modifications that would be responsive to a lot of the concerns we've raised tonight, and concerns raised by the city of Santa Monica in terms of the level of proof that would be necessary to show voter dilution and a violation of the Voting Rights Act. So I know it's not a very satisfying answer, because the timing is very challenging. We're under a timeline right now to complete redistricting by April, yet we won't have any additional legal guidance in terms of our potential odds of succeeding in litigation until after the Supreme Court rules. And I guess I would ask Jessica or Shalise, our consultant, if they have anything to add to my answer.
Thanks, Catherine. What I would add is that if we don't adopt a map by the April 17th deadline, then a Superior Court judge would draw our map for us. So we do have to get a map in place that would be effective for the next election. I'll also remind the council that when we adopted the ordinance in 2018 transitioning to districts, we did include a recital that if at some point the laws change to where we would be able to transition back to at-large elections, that is something that this council would want to do. So, to Catherine's point, if and when we do hear of some type of changes, we would, of course, bring that to the council for a discussion.
The second question I asked was, what about putting it to a vote? Making it a ballot measure?
I probably need to ask Shalise about that.
The issue of at-large versus districts.
Yes.
If you put it to a vote, it doesn't make a difference as far as being sued. So you could put it to a vote. The voters could say, we want to go back to at-large. You would still face a lawsuit. You would be sued. I know in Santa Monica, last tally, and this was over a year ago, the plaintiff's attorneys were over $23 million in what they would be billing the city for if they prevail. And that doesn't count the city's expense. So it's quite costly to fight those lawsuits. So even if you put it on the ballot and it was successful, that doesn't make you immune from a lawsuit. And I'm trying to recall the city, I believe it was the city of Highland. I'm not sure that was the correct city, did that very thing and was indeed sued and had to go back to districts, or had to convert to districts. So it would not make you immune from a lawsuit.
No, I understand that, but wouldn't it make the case against districting a stronger one in another court?
No, in fact, it could be used against, it could be actually used as evidence in favor of creating districts.
How?
The folks at large are voting in favor of a system that doesn't work to strengthen the voice of the protected class.
What if we put it to a vote in the Latino community and ask them?
I'm not sure how that would function.
I don't know that we have a way to simply, put a vote to a portion of the community. I will say, I recall, when these issues come up for other cities, yes, the plaintiffs do look at demographic data, not just the city council elections, but also ballot measure elections. I think that might have been what Shalise is referring to. It could work against us depending on how, how that vote goes in the city.
I do think that it would be valuable to have an advisory ballot, especially if, we're looking toward a favorable Supreme Court ruling on Santa Monica. If we were to proceed to have an advisory vote and that the Supreme Court made some, provision under certain circumstances to not do district voting, then we would have, handy the results of an advisory vote to help guide us. I'm pretty sure it would say no districts, but I think it would be useful to have that on the record, even if it's only advisory. So we can talk about, that's a different item though for a different. So, but you asked a good question. Where I'm coming down from, and we're going to talk more in the next item, is I did not abdicate my city council responsibilities to do my homework, to ask tough questions, and to make what I think is a sound final decision, because I'm the person that was elected. I don't defer that to an advisory committee who's not elected, who hasn't done this before, as talented and competent as they are and prove themselves and hardworking. The decision still rests with me. So I don't delegate that to third parties to do my homework or to make my decisions for me. I make those decisions, and I will tonight. So contrary to this idea that somehow we're just supposed to take direction from unaccountable public commissions, doesn't really, work for me too well, for the reasons I discussed earlier. So I think we need to take that into consideration. And I think people are going to pay attention to that. If you abdicate your responsibility, that doesn't look too good at election time.
Well, I think I'm going to speak up on that, and I'm going to like to hear from Joaquin. Sorry, but we reserve the right, that's right, to make a final decision. And if I thought that there was a lot of lack of consensus on that committee and a lot of dissension and a lot of unclear and very, divided votes, yeah, that's the opportunity where I would say, okay, we need to step in. But I had made a decision to myself, which is what I was talking about. Wow, this is a really solid, and it surprised me. It surprised me that the committee said, we only want to go with 5 districts. We didn't even want to give you the 4 district maps. I was really surprised. I had absolutely no idea how that was going to go. So in that case, I feel, yeah, I'm feeling pretty comfortable not challenging that in that situation. So I'm sorry if I stated something that made it sound like I felt I was just going to completely abdicate, a right to counter anything, because that was not where I stood. And I want to cede my to Joaquin, because I know he's been patiently waiting here, so sorry.
And so recall, we're just talking process, right? And this item is for discussion. No action is actually necessary. So, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say, thank you for the Politics 101, a good lesson. It's interesting comments, from the public. Good lesson from all of you, who I respect very much. One of the reasons, I decided to run, for city council was to actually to work with you, to make decisions for our community. There was an interesting comment that actually, I don't know if he knows, the root of me running for city council was actually, the killing of Yanira Serrano Garcia in Moonridge. That's what prompted my decision to run for city council. Even though he said, well, that was not Half Moon Bay. Doesn't really matter. From that, there's been several comments made about me running, about me getting elected. Some good, some bad. Some people don't really like the idea that I'm a city council member in Half Moon Bay. But there's a lot more people actually that love having me here. And as I learned the process of politics, never ran for anything. This was my first time running for office, actually. I'm a different type of person. It is for me to say that I honor and respect the decision of the committee. They are very smart people. The process that they took to make a decision and to make a recommendation, I respect that very much. When it was decided that we were going to be involved, I have not had any conversations prior to the decision of the map that was brought up. Even though it was the first time, that we had districts when I ran, I tried to explain that to some people about, to understand, what that meant. They cannot vote for me, even though they wanted to vote for me, but they were not in my district. So they had to reserve the vote for somebody else. And we knew it was going to happen. People were not going to be able to vote in every election. So for me, this, I think I have more things to worry about than talking about districts in Half Moon Bay. We are not dividing anybody. You're dividing us, with some of the comments that were made in public. It's just a process that it was required to have representation of some members of the community, giving them a voice. I mean, we saw the change. I got elected. Now who's coming to the public to make comments, to speak up. The change already happened. So district or no districts, that change already happened. Now there's a voice from people that were dormant for a long time. And some of you might not like it. But for me, I do respect, the members of the committee. I respect them very much. They're very smart. So I just want to say that, thank you to the members of the committee for the great work that you have done. And I believe the process was correct. Every meeting was announced. Everybody was given the opportunity to learn, to hear what was happening. And like I said, I never had any conversation with anybody prior to the presentation to the city. Not my intent to influence anybody or making a decision about doing districts. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor. You're muted, Vice Mayor.
I would also say that I am very impressed by the work that the committee has done. I think they did an excellent job. Every one of them, I don't know any of them personally, but I think that they, well, I do know a couple of them personally, but they did a great job. My objection has been that the process was shortened by council by a vote which was taken before there was enough public input that the committee was expecting to have and was scheduled to have. So that's the part of the process that bothers me.
Yeah, it seems the council put their thumb on the scale a little early, given the published timeline. And I agree. I'm going to mention it again. I'm not attacking the committee. They did a fine job with the situation they were handed, and staff knocked themselves out. I know that Jessica consumed vast amounts of her time, but I am concerned by what I think are some short changes in the public process, and that very important information for people, like not being able to vote, was not made clear in a timely way. It wasn't made clear in a timely way to the decision makers, so that it could inform our decision. So that's all the process questions I'm raising. It's nothing to do with the committee. So that's all I got to say about that. Robert, you have one more thing to.
The last thing I will say is my memory of our January 19th meeting. I liked your phrase that perhaps the council put its thumb on the scale. That is my recollection. And my recollection was, yeah, I have to admit, I reacted kind of quickly. I was trying to put that scale back. I felt that there were some pretty strong opinions right off the bat after we extolled the work of this committee. And they had just told us that they had a unanimous decision of some of the maps they chose. That immediately I felt there was dismissal of it. And yeah, I did react, and but I felt I was reacting to some other things on the scale as I was proceeding at that time. So I'll just say that.
And for the record, I had no interactions with any of the committee or staff until the maps were presented on the 19th. You know, and then when people started raising questions about the decision on the 19th, you know, I heard from some people. I had none of my fingerprints are on that committee or the, but just for the record. So I think it might be time to move on in case anybody else has anything they want to direct us or staff to do. I don't sense that's the case. So I'd like to recommend a 10-minute recess before we get to the next item.
Mayor Reddick, I would suggest that we open the item and then take the break. Since it was due to start at 8:15, we should start.
Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. Where's my agenda?
And Jessica, do we need a motion on 1H?
Yeah, we should take a motion to receive and file the report.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Urbat?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And so if we just start 2A, we don't have to get into the presentations or anything like that.
Right, just introduce the item, the title of the item, and then we can take a recess.
I've somehow misplaced my agenda. Here we go. Okay, we're moving on to item 2A, that's under ordinances and public hearings. This item is an introduction to an ordinance to amend municipal code chapter 1.24 with respect to electing members of the city council, redrawing boundaries and sequencing of elections within the districts. And we will reconvene to discuss this item in 10 minutes. And that is at about around 9:15, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is everybody back? We have Harvey, Robert, Deborah, Joaquin. Everybody's back. Welcome, everyone. We're back to consideration of item 2A.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. The item before you is the fourth required public hearing in the city's redistricting process following the 2020 census. The council held the third public hearing on January 19th to review the Redistricting Advisory Committee's focus maps, take public comment, discuss the maps, and ultimately directed staff to return with an ordinance adopting map 504C, which is before you this evening. Following the January 19th meeting, the committee held an additional public input meeting on January 27th and finalized its final recommendation and report to the council. That report is included as attachment 4 to the staff report for this item. Several correspondence emails have also been received, which are included as attachment 5. Our demographer, Shalise Tilton from National Demographics Corporation, is here again tonight and will present a PowerPoint which takes us through the committee's final 4 focus maps and the council's focus map of 504C. Additionally, her presentation will cover election sequencing, which includes voter deferrals and accelerations. Staff had anticipated that the council would narrow down the focus maps on the 19th, and then we would then prepare deferral and acceleration information on those maps for additional public input. However, we have prepared that information for all 4 focus maps for this hearing, and they will be presented and are included as attachment 3 to the report. Following Shalise's presentation, we'll take any clarifying questions from the council, open the public hearing to take public comment, followed by council deliberation and action or direction. Members of the committee are in attendance tonight, and Chair Holt is available for any questions the council might have. Staff's recommendation is to conduct a public hearing and introduce on first reading an ordinance amending Chapter 1.24 of the Half Moon Bay Municipal Code with respect to electing members of the City Council, redrawing boundaries, and sequencing of elections within the districts. Thank you, and we look forward to your questions and comments. Shalise?
Thank you. And can you all see my screen?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. I do want to thank the committee. I work with several committees throughout the state and just exemplary in all aspects and all committee members. And it was a pleasure working with this committee. Here's a snapshot of the timeline that was just reviewed in the previous agenda item. Here we are at the second public hearing, post-draft map public hearing. So we will need to conduct the public hearing to get input before the introduction of the ordinance. And the deadline to adopt is April 17th. Darn it, 2022. Also, in this agenda item, attachment 4 is an extensive report from the committee on the communities of interest. Here are just some of the bullet points that were various topics of discussion, communities of interest that were raised by members of the public and discussed by the committee members. The Latino Hispanic neighborhoods, underrepresented communities, Kenyatta Cove with other senior housing, Frenchman's Creek with Northern District, Oak Park Undivided, Alsace-Lorraine with Ocean Colony, Arleta Park, household income, renters versus owners, downtown, senior communities, traffic issues. Obviously, it's not possible to meet all of the communities of interest, but the committee spent a great deal of time on the communities of interest. Additionally, the committee at every meeting, we discussed the federal and the California laws. Federal laws equal population. So we must have equal population in each of the districts. There can be no more than a deviation of 10% between the least populated and the greatest populated. The second column, and also we must follow the Federal Voting Rights Act. The second column is the criteria that's in priority order that's spelled out by the Fair Maps Act, and the committee, in fact, did go over this. Initially, we had extensive education on the criteria, but every commission meeting we discussed the California criteria. Geographically contiguous is the first prioritized, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. easily identifiable boundaries, and compactness. And then we talked about other traditional principles, minimizing the voters that are shifted to different election years. Now we're very familiar with the terminology, accelerated voters and deferred voters, which we'll be talking about. But I do want to keep in mind that was not one of the criteria that was called out by the legislature. And so the committee did give due, in its due process, did follow the criteria of the California law before any consideration was given to the other traditional principles that could be followed. Other traditional principles: respecting voters' choices and avoiding pairing of incumbents if it's possible to do so. Allowing for future population growth within that 10% margin, and preserving the core of existing districts if that was a desired goal. Just want to remind what our current district map looks like. We were unable to adopt the current map as it presently is presented based on the numbers because it is out of population deviation, and with a small city, it's easy to very quickly get out of population balance. And just 200 people made the difference in this map. So the only required change, as was mentioned earlier in the previous topic, would be to move 200 people out of District 4 into Districts 2 and 3. If the city were to keep a 4-district map, and if the city felt that the existing districts met the needs of the Fair Maps Act, which actually was not in place when the city first established its districts, but the city did use those very same guidelines when it was first creating its districts, although they were not mandated. The committee identified on December 16th 4 focus maps. The committee did express a preference for 504C and did express a preference for a 5-district plan. And then on January 19th, the council identified its preferred map as 504C. In this presentation, I've gone ahead and included all of the 4 focus maps that were identified on the 16th, with 504C being one of those 4. In front of you is a map summary of the 4 maps. Included in this chart is the total population that's deferred. And when we're talking about that, those are voters who are currently residing in a district that is expecting to vote on a council member in 2022. And just by the way the lines would be drawn in each of these maps, the number of voters that would be under the new map, if it were adopted, being a 2024 election, that's what we're referring to as voters deferred or population deferred. This particular chart does not show the those that are accelerated, but we do have a map that shows those numbers as well for each of these maps. For the percentages of the maximum Latino citizen voting age population, when we're looking for, under the Federal Voting Rights Act, we're looking to see if we can get close to 50%. It's not possible to get close to a 50% majority of any of our protected class voters. So the committee was very mindful of getting those percentages as high as possible, but it was not possible to achieve a majority of any single protected class. On the screen here, and I will show a close-up of each of the 4 maps. As I mentioned, this is 504C. On the left is showing the detail of the central area of the city, and then the full map on the right-hand side. This again is the full map of 504C, and this is where you can see the total population deferred is 1,351, and the population accelerated, meaning the number of voters who were residing in the 2024 district, And under this map would be in 2022 is 2,334. What you're seeing in the red, those are those folks who would be deferred. So the red shaded area are the residents who would be deferred. I know there was we had several folks speaking about the Kenyatta Cove. Just for reference, the total population in Kenyatta Cove is 580. 503B, same snapshot of the demographics that were showed in the previous slide. Number of deferrals, population deferred would be 843, and those accelerated would be 1,534. Now to the 4 district plans. And the 4 district plans, there would be, there's required to be a pairing, obviously. So this particular 402 would pair Brownstone and Rarbach. And the voters deferred would be 1,493. Those accelerated 1,270. 403B, same pairings. Population deferred 1,498 and population accelerated 1,106. This is a snapshot of the 4 maps just for ease in navigating around if the council is wanting to jump to one of them. And then I do have the interactive review map that's open that has every map that was presented to the committee on there. And we are able to zoom in closely to street names. We can change the base map to show satellite images if you're wondering exactly where a line goes. We can also do overlays of one map on top of the other and show, as well as do an overlay of the current districts. Also with the interactive review map, we can show those odd census block shape that I know the committee described in great detail in their report. The proposed sequencing, the law requires that it stay the same as what the district number assignments are now. So districts 1, 4, and 5 would be up in 2022. And in election year 2024, districts 2 and 3. The sequencing remains in place until the next redistricting. And if the law doesn't change, it will always stay the same. The leeway where the council has is to perhaps reassign the district numbering, but that would be very unusual. And the recommended action is to hold a public hearing to receive input on the proposed council boundaries, and then of course to vote on the introduction of an ordinance to adopt the map, or alternatively direct staff as necessary. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer questions now or after the public hearing, whatever your preference is.
Council members, do you have questions for staff or our consultant now? Might be good to ask clarifying questions now and then go to the public hearing and return for comments and direction. Seeing no questions, let's open the public hearing. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jan Hansen.
I'm adjusting my volume. Did I do okay? Okay. Just to repeat that I'm speaking on behalf of myself and no other person or group. Just to repeat that about 21 comments were received by Kenyatta Cove residents and do appear in your packet. And close to 90% of those favored not being deferred and not being moved into up the road 2 miles. 2 main points, I guess. Let me say first, with regard to the the statements that the advisory committee December 16 recommendation was final, unanimous, and independent. I have concerns with each of these statements. I'll describe them very briefly. In my opinion, it really wasn't final because, as has been discussed, some steps were cut out of the process of going back for public input and also going back to the council to make important policy decisions that were not within the realm of the committee. With regard to whether the recommendations were unanimous, I don't know if this is possible, but I would suggest you might poll the 7 individual members of the advisory committee, sort of like after a jury deliberates and delivers its verdict. I believe that the judge polls and asks each person, is this your decision? Thirdly, whether the advisory committee acted independently, it seems to me their hands were kind of tied. They were asked to receive public input, which frankly wasn't reflected very much in their final report. And they were kind of given the answer to the question, which is, you got to confirm 504C. And in my opinion, they sort of had to gerrymander some of their thinking to get to the point where, in spite of all the public input, they still came back recommending 504C. With regard to the criteria, again, I would opine that under 504C, you don't really have contiguous boundaries. I have quotes from meetings, but there's no time to quote them. 2 different areas connected by a thin string does not really, the quote I got was, continues south and picks up the rest of the neighborhood. Well, I don't know that I would consider that picking up part of the neighborhood. About community of interest, I just wanted to kind of point out again that all the logic seems to hang on whether the seniors as a group are a community of interest. I would only say that in the referenced February 12 town hall meeting at which Councilmember Rohrbach was present, I hope he recalls that the room actually broke out in laughter when one of the attendees read the following paragraph. This is the last thing I'll say. In our judgment, this is from the Advisory Committee final report. In our judgment, the challenges faced by the seniors living in Kenyatta Cove are more similar to those living on Main Street than those living in Ocean Colony. And it makes sense to consider them as a single community of interest and place them in the same district, where collectively they will have a stronger voice. Ocean Colony has quite different demographics and is physically separated from both Kenyatta Cove and Main Street. Again, when the Kenyatta Cove attendees at the town hall heard that, there was laughter throughout the room. I'm out of town. Out of town. I'm in town. I'm out of time and in town. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Next speaker is David Ablobi.
Thanks, Jessica. You can hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I think something has been lost in this process and in all the comments from a variety of parties is that 7 of our neighbors and a devoted city clerk, who doesn't live here, by the way, and a consultant, and any of you who know me reasonably well know how I feel about consultants, gave stupidly large amounts of their time to this process. They sacrificed time with families. They sacrificed, you know what they sacrificed. I don't need to describe it in detail. What I've heard here tonight is, oh, I respect this, but they suck. Or, oh, yes, not realizing that the entire time they're spouting this nonsense, you're trashing the work of your city clerk and Shalise. So all I want to say here is thank you to Shalise, to Jessica, and to all 7 members, or 6.5 maybe, of the redistricting committee, because what has been done here is reprehensible. And if you don't take care of your staff as a first order of business, they're never going to do good work for you again. And unfortunately, what I've seen tonight is repeatedly people trashing the work of these people who devoted 8 months of their lives to this process, only to have it picked apart by people who don't even know what they're talking about. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Next speaker is Phil Marshall.
Hi there, good evening, everyone. It's Phil Marshall here from a member of the Redistricting Advisory Committee. I just want to say thank you, Shalise, for the presentation. I thought you represented our work extremely well. It's very interesting to see the last few maps. It was actually quite hard, I think, dealing with us over all those months of discussion, but I thought you handled it extremely well, and I wanted to say thank you for that. I also wanted to say thank you to Jessica for facilitating the final report was just cited. It wasn't obvious to me at the beginning of the process that we would get a chance to write such a report, but we did get that chance, and I think it's important for the next committee that comes along and tackles this difficult problem of redistricting, that they'll be able to see what we went through and start from a better point than we did. And I think Jessica deserves a lot of credit for that. So thank you very much.
I don't see any other hands raised, but I'll give people a little bit of time if anybody else wants to address the council on this item.
Hal Bachner?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Phil, and Shalise, and Jessica. I am, as I mentioned before, also a member of the Redistricting Advisory Committee. And indeed, the committee has worked a long time on this project. And, you know, if we're done, we're done. If we're not done, I'm sure the committee is prepared to work harder and longer. I'd like you to be aware that, to the best of my personal understanding, we expected discussion from council and further work on our part, including possible adjustments and including public workshop input. As you have seen in our discussion of January 27th, the shifting of so many voters was never discussed as an issue by the committee, and several members spoke to our concerns at not having taken this into account. I'd like to tell you what I think is important to be realized and resolved tonight, so that the committee can further work to finalize a map on time for you and for the city. The first thing is that there are 3 policy decisions that we needed to hear about, and we need to hear about tonight if we're to go forward, I believe. The first is whether there are 4 districts or 5. As a committee, we gave you 2 versions of each one. And each of those versions has, at its heart, 2 basic questions. If you decide on the 4, we still need 2 questions answered. For the north, for Highway 1, is that a dividing line? And for the south, does Kenyatta Cove hook up with downtown or with Ocean Colony? If you decide the 5 districts, the same 2 questions still persist. Highway 1, is it a dividing line? And south of town, does Kenyatta Cove go with downtown or with Ocean Colony? Those are the 3 basic policy questions that belong to the council. 4 or 5, Kenyatta Cove with Ocean Colony or downtown. And for the north, should Highway 1 be a dividing line? With those 3 policy questions answered, with the direction from City Council on those 3 issues, then I believe we can finalize the map in a really quick way. And then we can bring it back to you promptly so we can all meet the deadline, which is what the city wants most, and we all want most. So for those things, we would need answers tonight on those 3 policy questions. I thank you very much. I will be submitting written information for the record in the follow-up too. It's been a privilege to serve. I'm willing and happy to continue to serve, and I thank you again.
Thank you, Hal. Next, we have Paula Eisen.
Actually, Hal, I actually appreciate your comments because you've clarified for me a little bit more about what the committee is thinking, doing, etc. Because again, I have not been involved or, put my head into this process because I thought that the town, we did a major job 2 years ago coming up with the 4 districts that we came up with. And now that I'm learning that it's only a couple of hundred votes that could have left essentially those districts intact without having to reinvent the entire wheel here, I'm surprised at the direction that this is all taken. And then on top of it, you have the survey where most people want a 2-year mayor. And I was one of those people. And it's like, what happened? Where's everybody else in this town in this process? I mean, just a few people are making decisions that are going to be involved this town for the next 10 years on how we vote, who's going to be eligible to be running in any district, etc. We need somebody that actually represents the whole town. We need a mayor. I don't like the idea of a 4-year mayor, but I do like the idea of a 2-year mayor and the 4 districts that we originally came up with. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel at this point? To me, this has been a crazy exercise. It should have been a little adjustment of 200 people, and that's the end of the story. This needs a lot more work and attention. I understand that people have worked hard on it. Listen, I've been involved in so many things that have gone off the rails where we put blood, sweat, and tears and time into something. The general plan took forever. I was involved with that. Other people were involved in that. Initially, when we first started out with the general plan, it had to be redone after about 1.5 years of initial work. That's the way it goes in this town. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of people with a lot of opinions. It takes a long while till we get what I call due process, where enough people have had input. And it certainly doesn't sound like that's what's happened in this case. We need a redo. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulette. And next we have Claudia Marshall.
Hi, this is Claudia Marshall, and I was one of the committee members who went through this months-long process, starting back in, believe it or not, back in July and August. We were a committee of 7, and we were assigned or appointed by the council. Our names were redacted, so they did not know who we were as people, but our backgrounds were evident. So we were a very, very, I think, intelligent and formidable group of 7 going forward into this redistricting process. So let me say a couple of different things. One, there are no 3 processes here to continue. I have to defer to whomever made that statement that is incorrect. What we are looking at and dealing with right now is the map, the one map that the RAC considered to be the most legitimate map to put forward. And the reasons that we put it forward was, 1, it was population balanced, and 2, it had communities of interest. And as to the Kenyatta Ocean Colony consideration, the biggest consideration there was that the people, the voters of Kenyatta Cove, would be disenfranchised in their voice given the population of Ocean Colony, that whatever Ocean Colony would vote for, it wouldn't matter what Connecticut Cove voted for because they would be overvoted. And that's the bottom line on that. And so for that reason, we decided that the seniors of Connecticut Cove would be more, not more, but would be better aligned with the seniors along Main Street. And I would hazard to guess that there will be a mayor candidate emerging from Connecticut Cove or Main Street from the senior community to bring that voice to the council, just as Joaquin has brought the Latin voice to the council. So I think, and the bigger picture, that is a major win for Connecticut Cove and for Main Street senior citizens. The second thing I would like to say is that the RAC had all the information, relevant information, even before the differences regarding
Claudia, you're going to have to start wrapping up. You're already 15 seconds over.
All right. So the last thing is that we all had the information towards the end of our meetings about the slippage of voting back to 2 years and forward to 2 years on all the various communities. It was not a surprise when we put forth that final map. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Rick Hernandez.
Good people can have honest disagreements about the outcome of a process if they don't like it or they think it looks funny. And it doesn't require personal attacks or vitriol. I 100% agree that having a discussion about these things where we haven't put our thumb on the scale in advance, we haven't impaired or we haven't told people how to vote, or given the perception that people have been, the vote's already been cast. It's problematic when that happens. And, it may not change the ultimate outcome. It's unfortunate that this has happened before all the public hearings and all the public feedback has happened, but it is what it is. And we're on a pretty tight schedule. I would also just like to say, I work with city staff. I've had the honor of working with folks, and the level of professionalism has never been higher in all of my dealings with them. And I don't know who's attacking individual city staff members, but it's the flawed process that we have to follow. It's a state law that we're trying to conform to, and the outcome is the thing that I've got to beef with. And, from what I can tell, the people in Connecticut Cove who have provided public comment have unanimously said they don't want to be connected to South Main Street. They're happy to keep voting with Ocean Colony. Why? Because they vote in disproportionately high numbers. And, and there's probably other reasons. They may feel that they have the same levels of home ownership as the folks in Ocean Colony. So, it is what it is. It sounds like people have made their opinions. And, I think this is an honest process. We've gone through it with good guidance, with good legal representation. There's an opinion that this is probably not a gerrymandered map that'll hold up in court. It doesn't look contiguous. It doesn't look compact. it's really weird when you draw the comparison between one map and the other for the 5-district model. You know, maybe it'll hold up and maybe it won't. So as many of the council members have said, your elected positions, you're not going to defer your vote. I'm happy that you're going to vote for it, and all of you will be held accountable for how you vote. So I hope that we get to a good outcome today, and I'm sure that the city will survive this process. And I thank all of you. I thank the RAC. I even thank Mr. Blovey for the many maps he submitted to the city during this process. So thank you all for your work, and that's all the comments that I have.
Thank you, Rick. We have no other hands raised, ma'am.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the council. Now, I feel I have to address something before we proceed with a discussion of the maps, and that is, for the purposes of transparency, I think it's important, especially because Mr. Blovey has made himself a public figure in this town, that he has taken ownership of drawing the preferred map, 504C. And the interesting thing about it, and I think that raises questions about it, is that it creates an Ocean Colony dominated district. Mr. Blovey lives in Ocean Colony. And one would wonder whether his drawing of that map and his rabid and vicious attacks on anyone who challenges that map is because not only has he drawn that map, he sees that map as drawing his own district map as a city council member. I see no other reason for his viciousness and his lies and misrepresentations. So I think everybody's got to be clear. We've talked about him as a third party. That third party is Mr. Blovey. He's defending a map he drew and a map that may be his future map. So let's just get that out of the way, all right? So now I'm going to move us to a discussion of the maps themselves. And I'd like to see who would like to start. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. My objection to map 504C is that it is not compact. All you have to do is take one look at it and you can see that there's a long, skinny, light green line going up the east side of Half Moon Bay, connecting the senior center and then crossing Highway 1. It's the only district that looks like that is that not contiguous and is not compact. When the California code was written, it specifically states that the most important consideration is compactness and contiguity, if that's a word. I think it is, contiguousness. At any rate, it's not. When it comes to the issue of deferred voting or accelerated voting, every single map has got every single district is going to end up with an issue depending on which map you use. However, if you look at the differences between 504C and 503B, the acceleration and deferral are much higher. So it is an issue. It's not as important an issue to me as the lack of compactness to that district. I also agree with the last speaker who said that Kenyatta Cove itself does not want to be crossing the highway. And that the survey that was taken of the Kenyatta Cove residents showed that. And that the majority of comments that were made by Kenyatta Cove residents stated that they did not want to be connected across the highway by a thin line of 6 houses. So I am not in favor of map 504C for that reason. I personally, it doesn't matter to me which of the 4 maps personally, because I'm not, if I decide to run again for council, it doesn't matter what map you use, I can still run. So I have no personal gain from any of the maps. My issue is solely what makes the most sense for the city, and also the issue that I brought up before about allowing the public to speak up and give their opinion. So that's about all I have to say right now.
Councilmember Rarback.
I just want to correct the record that David Oblovi could run under any of those maps. No one favors his map. I also want to correct the record about the Kenyatta Cove residents' desires. There was an online poll where the majority of Kenyatta Cove residents said they wanted to become part of the South Main Street area and not be a part of Ocean Colony. As has been reported, I attended a town hall last Saturday at Kenyatta Cove, and contrary to what has been said, it was my impression that it was equally divided between the members who came to that. There were about 23 members residents of Kenyatta Cove. It was equally divided between those who wanted to affiliate with Ocean Colony and those who wanted to affiliate with South Main Street. So just in terms of what the residents wanted, I don't think there was a clear consensus. And I'll once again emphasize that the unanimous decision of the redistricting committee, based on all the lawful criteria of the state, was map 504C, and that in the opinion of our demographers that we hired, the map 504C meets all the criteria. It's not gerrymandered. It's not, it meets the contiguous and compact criteria. It may look funny, but it's legal. And in my opinion, it's the most helpful map that will keep the communities together. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, then I will go.
I will. Oh, wait. Sorry, I just didn't unmute quick enough.
Go ahead, Robert.
So just for full disclosure, that online survey Councilmember Warback's referring to is on Nextdoor and was put out by David Oblovi, so people can draw their own conclusions one way or the other. The question always is with a survey, is it random? Is it self-selecting? Do people go out and ask their friends to, reply to a survey? It's the same thing with the letters that we get, where people organize to send us X number of letters. I mean, but that's part of democracy. We can only go with what we see. I am curious to hear, Shalice, if you could address from your consulting. And by the way, I just want to say, Rick Hernandez in his letter to the editor referred to you as fancy consultants. So I thought that was, why would this fancy consulting firm? We hired one of the best consulting firms there are. So I'm sorry if Rick Hernandez thought that you're a fancy consulting firm. I don't even know what that meant. But anyway, I'm really interested in, because you see so many of these other cities redistricting, and I'm interested in your take on some of the concerns that I've heard my fellow council members expressed, because so this bit about, not being compact and contiguous, one issue. 504C, your sense about the communities of interest, and you were at all the meetings, and there seemed to be a number of issues. I mean, one was connecting seniors. I felt that unspoken issues were around maybe economic status. It looked to me like Arleta Park, if I'm correct, I have the right district, it's kind of chopped up into 3 different districts under one map, not the other. I'd be interested in what you have to say to that. As I recall, one of the, in the January 27th meeting, one of the redistricting committee members was in Arleta Park and actually commented, hey, I walk around my neighborhood, it's not going to be in 3 districts. And that member of the committee said, however, I'm willing to, he said personally, I'm willing to deal with that in the interest of combining the communities of interest of seniors. So, but of course, I don't know, we haven't heard from a lot of people from Arleta Park. But so sorry to give you all those multiple questions there, but I'd be interested in your perspective on, how these things got balanced, and again, trusting everybody's intentions. But yeah, what's your thoughts?
Well, as far as meeting the criteria of the Fair Maps Act, it may be helpful if I bring up the PowerPoint slide so that we can at least be on the same page. The Fair Maps Act is actually found in Elections Code section 21601. And keep in mind that they are prioritized. So it actually says in the code section that they shall be in the following order of priority. And each one of these begins with the phrase, to the extent, most of all of them begin to the extent practicable. With geographically contiguous, the maps, each of the 4 maps does meet the definition of geographically contiguous. And it does in the code say, goes on to say that not only to the extent practical shall the district speak geographically contiguous, areas that meet only at points of adjoining corners are not contiguous. We don't have that in any of the maps. Areas that are separated by water and not connected by a bridge, tunnel, or regular ferry service are not contiguous. We don't have any of that in the maps. The next prioritized is undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. And to the extent practical, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included in a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. And communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. In my opinion, each of the 4 focus maps and from the testimony of the committee did take communities of interest into consideration, and that was one of the foremost considerations in each of the maps. As far as Arleta Park, there was early on a direction by the commission to try to keep Arleta Park whole. But as the commission discussed in its report, because of the configuration of the geographical census blocks and the size of our Lita Park together, it's not possible to do. So there was direction and much discussion on how our Lita Park would be divided. Easily identifiable boundaries was also a factor, and that's the third in priority. Compactness is the fourth. And compactness, reads, to the extent practical and where it does not conflict with the preceding criteria in this subdivision. District shall be drawn to encourage geographical compactness in a manner that nearby areas of population are not bypassed in favor of more distant populations. It's interesting that it points out in this one, it says to the extent practical and where it does not conflict with preceding criteria. I know when the committee was considering Kenyatta Cove, it was considering its communities of interest. Some of the things that were raised are just as was mentioned, not only housing types, some of the other things that were mentioned are some of the needs of particular seniors. I recall transportation, other factors, and certainly there was a discussion about household income. There were various things, and I'm looking to the report to see if they probably did a better job at articulating it than I do on the spur of the moment here. But I know there was much discussion on just how relatable those members that lived in Kenyatta Cove would be with Ocean Colony versus similar senior communities in the along the Main Street area. I hope that I answered your questions. I'm not sure if please tell me if there's any other area you want me to expand on or if I missed something.
No, that actually helps a lot. Any other, you did mention one of those interesting shared interests for seniors, let's say transportation, that perhaps people living in Ocean Colony wouldn't have as much shared interest in public transportation as those folks in Kenyatta Cove. Were there any other issues like that you heard spoken about that would be in favor of combining folks living over in Leslie Gardens, let's say, issues like that, transportation, any other shared interests that having a combined vote makes sense, other than just simply being seniors per se, because obviously there's seniors living Ocean Colony as well, but any other things that you recall or remember?
You know, I don't specifically recall any particular named services, but definitely services in general came up. I know when, in my understanding of the discussion, it would be typical services that are provided at a senior center. I know that there was also discussion about having two voices represent the senior community. So 2 council members representing the senior community or representing that particular area of town. So rather than just have 1 council member be a voice for that particular area, you have 2 council members who have voters that they're responsible directly for those voters in that area as well.
Got it. Thank you for that. And I will just mention one thing that I heard Phil Marshall that stayed with me during the deliberations. Phil had a really good point. He said, you know, you also want to, when you think about who's representing you, think about everyone on a council and whether or not those people represent your interests. And I couldn't help but think, well, you know, in the case of seniors, gosh darn it, 4 out of 5 members of this council are seniors. So I figured, at least today. So people are pretty well represented. So I'm happy to just say that for the senior population. I think that different people, and you don't necessarily have to be a senior to represent senior interests. The youngest council member here always references how everything we do impacts. He says, now I think about my parents when we think about doing this or that. So yeah, I think that was an interesting point Phil raised, and I appreciated that. Okay, thank you so much, Shalise, for offering some more of your perspective on those questions. I appreciate that. I'm finished.
Anybody else? Okay.
Let me, can I go?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we've been talking about this for how long? Hour and a half, something about. Yes, think about 8, 9 months that the committee, Jessica, Shalise, had to deal with this, had to go over this. Looking into different information. For me, communities of interest resonates a lot. To make sure we give a voice recognition to specific groups. I don't know about you, but I didn't see any Latinos talking about the districts that have been presented. There might be I don't know, maybe there's no interest in the districts that are being presented. I don't know the reason why not. I mean, I don't see the reason how come, we didn't have Latinos speak up, in this matter. It's a hot topic, that's for sure. And I know we have like I said, very respectful people working on this. And I am gonna take the recommendation from the committee. I continue to support my decision that I made the first time. 504C, I think it's a map that will best describe our population, representation of our community, and nobody's moving anywhere. No, you are where you are. You're connected. I mean, it doesn't really matter how the map looks like. It could look funny. But communities of interest, I mean, I'm actually hoping that this will change soon. With the annexation of Moonridge, it's going to change a lot. Our political representation is going to change. It's going to give a lot of opportunity to other people. And I mean, comments about, it's going to take about the 5 of us to make the decision what is going to affect the next 10 years. Well, for many years, has affected the decision that people in our position have made, members of our community. And I know if you don't like the decisions that have been made, do it like I did, run for city council, present your interests. So, in this case, I'm still, in support of the committee, Jessica, Shalise, MAP, 504C. Thank you.
Okay, so I disagree. I see lots of problems with 504C. And I worry that adoption of this map will put us at risk for litigation for the following reasons. So I'm looking at Government Code, Article 1, Section 21601. This is the section of the code that talks about redistricting. It says the council shall adopt district boundaries using the following criteria that's set forth in the following order of priority. 1, To the extent practicable, council districts shall be geographically contiguous. Areas that meet only at the points of adjoining corners are not contiguous. Areas that are separated by water and not connected by a bridge, tunnel, or regular ferry service are not contiguous. So I don't see how putting Kenyatta Cove in District 3 meets the criteria for contiguous. There's a long cherry stem that bypasses, Ocean Colony and connects it 2 miles away to another district. It's not contiguous. It just doesn't meet that test. It's not adjacent, right? Number 2, to the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. Communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. So, there are two things operating here. Certainly, we want to protect a community of interest. And 503B does that, right? 503B is the sort of minimum impact 5-district map, right? It very much resembles, the exception of, tearing a big chunk off of Erlita Park, the current district, or even, if you just look at neighborhoods. So I don't get the point of taking an existing community of interest and attaching it 2 miles away to another one when it's fine where it is. If it's contiguous, which Kenyatta Cove is to Ocean Colony, and if it's an existing community of interest that can be protected under a minimum impact map like 503B, to do something different, to me, is kind of a form of gerrymandering, right? You're taking something that's okay and meets all the criteria, and then you're making changes to it and engineering it to do something else. So, the communities of interest, seniors, there's lots of seniors. There's more seniors in 503B with Kenyatta Cove and Ocean Colony together than there would be, attaching it to a senior neighborhood 2 miles away. Kenyatta Cove folks are homeowners, they're not renters. So the downtown senior communities, they're all renters for the most part. Issues of renters are very different, especially if you're in deed restricted housing. Kenyatta Cove folks are homeowners. They might have to rent the space their home is on, but they're homeowners, just like folks are in the Ocean Colony. 3, council district boundaries should be easily identifiable and understandable by residents. The district map 504C, it's crazy looking. And people had a lot of questions about that. They didn't understand why it was drawn that way. It's not clear. It's a little cherry stem that runs up the public right away. So it doesn't meet the test of number 3 as far as I'm concerned. Number 4, to the extent practicable, where it does not conflict with the preceding criteria, council districts shall be drawn to encourage geographical compactness in a manner that nearby areas of population are not bypassed in favor of more distant populations. So this cherry stem bypasses Ocean Colony, which is already adjacent to Kenyatta Cove. It violates that one too. Just on the face of the law, the black letter of the law, it doesn't meet that test as far as I'm concerned. And I also wonder, but with 504C, whether someone in the future might make the case that there's partisan gerrymandering based on the voter registration there. Granted, Kenyatta Cove certainly is predominantly one party, and Ocean Colony, I'm guessing, predominantly another one. Someone might raise, that issue. I don't know. But my question is, I think there's enough reason to risk future litigation over this map. I don't think anything is settled here. And I think we have to be cognizant of that when we make a decision. You know, it's a matter of interpretation. I think an interpretation could be made that 504C is not compliant at all on any of those things in the order of priority, you know, set out by the law. And I think looking at the black letter of the law is the important thing to do. So I'm having difficulty with 504C, and I hear the concern of Kenyatta Cove residents about being, you know, attached, as 504C does, to another neighborhood 2 miles away. You know, somebody said if it looks gerrymandered, it is. Well, at least it would invite exploration of that and potential litigation. So I think the map is problematic. Harvey, I see you have your hand raised again.
I move per staff recommendation to amend Municipal Code 1.24 to change our district elections and do the sequencing as per staff recommendations that would allow us to implement map 504C. Is there a second?
Second.
You're muted, Mayor Reddick.
Let's have some further discussion about that. So I'm looking at the maps showing voters that are deferred. You know, the least of the 5 district maps, the least number of deferments happen under 503B. Seems to me you would want to minimize that. The next most, considerably more, is 504C. And then, of course, it looks like the numbers for the 4 district maps are a lot higher. But I think that's problematic too. And the public hasn't had enough opportunity to learn about that or discuss that. And I think that's a failure of the process, not of the committee, not of our staff, but a failure of the process to get that information to the public and allow them to think about that, talk to their neighbors, and make public comments. So I don't know.
I move that we do not adopt anything tonight, that we continue the process of public input, that we especially ask the members of Kenyatta Cove what their preference is, and that we consider map 503B.
I think there are a couple of things going on here. Like you're sort of focusing now on 503B, but you're also talking about more.
Yes, that's true. I don't want to adopt any map without more public input. And since there is so much divided opinion among council members about what Kenyatta Cove wants and what's good for them, rather than being patronizing and telling them what is good for them, let's ask them what they would prefer. So I would like to put off any vote on map 504C.
Well, I'm going to second that for the purposes of further discussion. So we have 2 motions on the table. We're still talking. I invite.
The first motion was not seconded. Oh, yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
I seconded that motion for purposes of discussion. I see Robert. Robert, would you like to comment?
Yeah, well, in terms, Mayor, of your concerns about legal challenges, I'm not concerned about that. I feel that we've had, excellent consultants we hired, and they felt that all the maps, frankly, would pass muster. in terms of conciseness, et cetera, compactness. Yes, I am the first to say, yeah, when you look at a map like that, sure, your mind goes, well, you know, that looks like. But to say that, oh, it looks gerrymandered, therefore it smells like it is, that's just silly rhetoric, and I don't, you know, go with that at all. I think that, because I trust the consultants that were paying plenty of money, who've looked at, been on every single one of these meetings, and would have warned the commission, you know, right away, hey, you know, this isn't going to pass muster. So that would have happened pretty early on, I think, with the maps. Now, the issue of when I've read all the comments that were submitted in one of our attachments from the residents of Cañada Cove. I know some of those folks. And it seems their biggest concern is having their vote deferred. Not so much about community of interest with Ocean Colony. You know, I've heard stuff about, oh, their vote's going to get diluted if they're connected to Ocean Colony. Frankly, I still don't understand all the evidence of that one way or the other. But that's what people are saying in their letters to in the letters they submitted in the attachment. And frankly, that's what I've heard the most concern about. And Councilmember Rarbach, you know, you were at the community meeting this weekend. That's what seemed to be one of the most emotional issues, this idea of getting the vote deferred. And no matter which map you choose, there's going to be lots of folks deferred. So to me, that's kind of equalized out, that people will be both accelerated and deferred, whether we choose 504C, 503B. And then we go back to this other interesting issue of community of interest. And that's what, you know, this commission was tasked for, you know, to do in terms of that community of interest. So, and my feeling is still, even if it went back to the commission, they would choose this map. Can't say 100%, but that's my, based on the convictions that I heard when I watched their deliberations, that was my sense. So, so at this point, I'm still leaning towards 504C to out of the consideration that I feel the commission gave to this and all the hours they put in listening to input. And again, if the only issue is the deferral, and that does seem to be the predominant voice of resistance and from Cañada Cove, it just seems like a wash, you know, whichever map we pick, some other neighborhood's going to get ticked off. And so it seems bad. So that's how I'm seeing it right now, unless I hear something more persuasive.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that it's not the advisory committee that chooses the map. It's the advisory committee that recommends a map. And the recommendation, in my opinion, was based on very excellent input from Jessica, from our staff, and from our consultants at NDC. But it was not informed by the public. And since there are a number of people who are upset in Cañada Cove with the map that this council decided on last time, I'd like to hear more from them. And I think if we've got until March or April, we've got time to find out what Cañada Cove would like to do. What is their opinion? Since the only difference between the two, only significant difference between the two maps is that of contiguity and compactness. I think if they are informed about the deferrals and the accelerations and understand that that's going to happen no matter what map is chosen, they'll take that into consideration, and they should. But I think listening to the public is our responsibility. This is going to affect them for the next 10 years. And give them a chance now, before we rush something through, to have their voices heard in a way that makes sense, in a way that is carefully constructed and not biased, not done by any one member of the public or any one member of the council. Then I think we stand a much better chance of getting support.
Can you explain, because I just enlighten me so I understand.
Sure.
This issue of compactness in this specific instance.
Yeah.
How does that affect, how people are living their lives wherever they're located? How does that really, day to day affect whether or not they're connected for voting purposes to another community of interest a mile away?
Sure.
What's the day?
Yeah, I can explain it very well. The residents of Kenyatta Cove share the same beach with Ocean Colony. They know each other. They're neighbors. They're right across a street, a single street. The residents of Kenyatta Cove have nothing in common with the seniors who live in a senior center, who live in apartments, don't own their own home, rely on a lot of social services, which those folks in Kenyatta Cove do not rely on for their existence. It's a different kind of lifestyle. And there may be more folks in Ocean Colony who have higher incomes, but they share in common a lot more than just their income.
I just want to add.
That's what I'm talking about.
I just want to add to that, Vice Mayor. So Councilmember Brownstone brought up earlier about, the use of transit. Kenyatta Cove residents don't use transit. They drive their cars. One of the reasons they don't have bus service there anymore, because nobody was riding the buses. In Kenyatta Cove, they drive cars. The buses work on Main Street quite well. I don't know if it's because of the scheduling or what, but they ended up getting rid of the bus service to Kenyatta Cove because people don't use it. So use of transit is not a commonality with the Main Street housing, right? And they also work on common issues like, CERT, emergency services and networking too. So it's actually, quite different from the downtown community. So I agree with you on that.
I don't see how that would affect CERT and emergency services whatsoever. Any emergency service plan and CERT plans cross boundaries regardless of voting districts. So frankly,
existing relationships.
How will those relationships change? That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't understand how any of those existing relationships, if people want to walk to the beach together, if people want to play pickleball together, whatever it is, I don't understand how it shifts the relationships. I'm not trying to be obstinate here. I honestly don't get it.
You're not listening.
I really don't get it. I think I am listening. And if it gets down to relationships, I don't see it affecting relationships.
But people that share common interests are considered a community of interest.
Yes.
And the community of Kenyatta Cove and Ocean Colony share activities. The community on Main Street of older folks share no common interests with those folks in either Kenyatta Cove or Ocean Colony.
And I want to point out, so, it's not just, what difference does it make? The law makes the difference. Article 1 of the Government Code, Section 21601, You have to prove that you are consistent with the law. And I don't think that case has been made. And actually, when they talk about, communities of interest, it's socioeconomically geographic. There's no comma between socioeconomic and geography. They're connected. You have to look at this. Socioeconomic geography. It's one phrase. It's not socioeconomic community of interest here and geographic interest here. It's socioeconomic geographic interest. You can look at the law. The law says what it says.
Yeah. Well, I trust that the consultants who are experts on these legal points have said there's no problem. And so you're not an attorney, and I think our consultants are experts on that piece. You can also argue that there's real disparities in interests between income levels, and if you're looking at economic interests, and so we could sit here all day arguing this back and forth. I think arguments could be made on both sides. So I don't. So here's some of my other concerns. I'm a little concerned that if we start throwing this back, move back at more community input, does this mean we're now going to start considering 4 district maps as well now? Or is this just between the 2 5-district maps?
Well,
my feeling is that the commission did the job of recommending 2 maps. One they unanimously preferred to the other, but they did recommend a second map. So I'd be happy to have people talk about those 2 maps.
Only.
Yeah, well, I think we have to clarify too. My understanding is the vote was unanimous on 504C over other maps that included, that detached Kenyatta Cove and attached it to Main Street. It wasn't unanimous 504, maps connecting, wait a minute, how do I say this? The unanimous vote was, we like 504C, which connects Kenyatta Cove to downtown, better than the other 5-district maps that connect Kenyatta Cove to downtown. It wasn't unanimous between, the two variations, connecting or not connecting. It was only among those maps that connected Kenyatta Cove to downtown. When they looked at 504B, that actually was approved 4-2. So it actually had a majority approval, vote, and that's why they sent it along, right? So it wasn't like unanimous over all of the maps, it was unanimous.
No, that's fine, right. So a strong majority on 503B and unanimous on 504C. Is that what you just said? I just want to make sure I'm understand you correctly.
It was unanimous for 504C over other district maps that connected Kenyatta Cove to downtown.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly not going to vote anything. I'm not going to vote for anything that starts opening up the whole 4-district, 5-district thing again, because that's what kind of.
I think we're just talking about 5-district maps. Vice Mayor, I don't think this is going to go back. As much as I support your position about sending it back, and I mentioned that during the process thing, I don't think it's going to go back. I would ask you to amend your motion to just adopt 503B along with the recommended sequencing. Would you be willing to just narrow your motion to that?
I would like a vote on my motion as it stands. I'd be happy to make, if that motion fails, to make an additional motion.
Well, I'm going to make,
but I don't want, I really didn't, I felt it was important not to say that I'm in favor of 503B. I would like to hear from the people affected by 503B what their opinion is. And so I don't want to be accepting any maps tonight
All right. Well, I'm going to actually lay a third motion on the table then, and I would like a second for the purposes of discussion, and that is to adopt map 503B.
I'll second it.
Okay. So I support 503B for all the reasons mentioned. I think it best complies with the law. It results in the least impact, to an existing district. It's contiguous, it's compact. We don't need to re-engineer it to try and do all those other things. It's cleaner, it looks more legal, and I think it would be found more legal. And I think supporting 504C is going to put us at legal risk. Any comments? Okay, looks like everybody's pretty tired of discussion.
I have a procedural comment, which is that we've got 3 motions on the floor, all of which have seconds. Under Rosenberg's rules, that's actually a maximum. So the
I'm just going to make another motion.
Oh dear.
So the order that under the rules, they go in reverse order. And so the last motion that was made, the mayor's motion will be the first motion that the council votes on, and then in reverse order from there. I do want to clarify one thing, maybe with the help of the city clerk. I understand the motion to be a motion to approve 504B, is that right?
503.
I'm sorry, 503B. Would that, I think this hearing tonight was noticed for another map. And so from a procedural point, I think we would need to bring this back for a public hearing. If the first motion passes, would it be set for a new first reading?
I believe
so. City clerk, because we've noticed this for a specific map.
So tell me a little more about that, Catherine. Meaning if if we go for 503B, you're saying we'd have to bring it back for another public hearing, allowing for more input from the community?
Is that correct? In the electrification.
It's a substantial change to the ordinance as presented based on the fact that it's a completely different map. And so it would be another introduction and first reading of an ordinance to then adopt 503B.
Well, I'm interested in hearing from Council Member Jimenez, because I haven't heard from you in a while. Hear your opinion on whether or not, because there seems to be this interesting issue about getting more input from a community that is very concerned. Of course, then maybe we'd want to hear from the community that would be impacted by 503B. Which neighborhood is that? Jessica, do you know?
If it's in regard to voter deferrals, it would be the Alsace-Lorraine neighborhood.
That would be Alsace-Lorraine. And Alsace-Lorraine, it's probably the first time they're hearing about this possibility that their votes would get deferred, right? I mean, some people might have been following it, but not nearly as closely as apparently as Kenyatta Cove. So, Joaquin, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, good. I like to hear them. You haven't spoken in a while. I always like what you have to say.
I mean, it's just a learning experience for me, but it's interesting to hear. And what is gonna happen, yes, exactly what you said. If we go to 503B, then we're gonna hear from a different community.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna go back and forth. Okay. I'm still with the recommendation. There's no need to look into a different map. From the experience from the firm that it was contracted, to educate us about the districts, about how to better set our districts. I'm not even bothered by the maps, but it's just the recommendation of what it was presented to us, right? I mean, just to think about. So if we look into the map, 503.
Yeah.
Okay. We have this until what, March 17? Is it that we have to come up with a map?
April 17th.
Oh, April 17. Sorry, by a month.
If I could also clarify, since it was brought up, the second reading of an ordinance has to happen at a regular meeting. So the last opportunity for a second reading would be the April 5th council meeting.
So what happened again?
So let me ask you this question, Akeem. The difference that I'm potentially hearing is 503B would end up deferring a number of folks in Alsace-Lorraine. That's one piece. That, to me, those two, that issue just cancels it out in either district. Someone's going to suffer, someone's going to accelerate. The difference, which I don't know, is Alsace-Lorraine have issues about not feeling properly connected to an adjoining community, this connection, this kinship, that one thought process here is saying that, well, that is what Kenyatta Cove is potentially feeling. I keep saying potentially because we're not sure. Does Alsace-Lorraine, based on the 503B map, getting shoved somewhere where they're going to say, I cannot believe you're putting us in with this other group? Is that potential there from what you've seen, Jessica, the meetings you've sat in on? Or?
Well, if you look at the map, 503B, most of District 3 is on the west side of Highway 1. Okay, so there's the connection to South Main, there's really no connection. Right? Because if we look at it, if we see South Main, most of the people living in South Main are renters. What's the connection of South Main to Alsace-Lorraine?
Well, is it any more or less than the connection of the homeowners in?
Yeah, what about Kenyatta Cove?
In Kenyatta Cove?
At least there's the connection of Kenyatta Cove, communities of, I see a community, the connection is a communities of interest.
And what is
somebody that can represent the seniors from South Main, to the seniors in Kenyatta Cove. There's an interest. I don't see an interest on the 503B of South Main, who are not going to be represented, when making a decision from Alsace-Lorraine.
Alsace-Lorraine is broken up into 3, different pieces in both maps. Nothing changes. And the difference in deferments is, so there might, with 503B, there might be, deferment impacts in Alsace-Lorraine and Arleta Park, but it's pieces of different neighborhoods. The problem with 504C, it defers an entire community of interest, which is Kenyatta Cove, right? You're not just disrupting a few streets here and a few streets there in different neighborhoods. You're disrupting and deferring an entire community of interest. That's the difference there. And that's something you got to pay attention to. You're deferring an entire community of interest.
Any reaction to that, Joaquin? I'm just curious, because I like your way of thinking these things through here.
And by the way, Joaquin, you got elected by people in Alsace-Lorraine and downtown. So,
I know. I mean, for me, you know, I'm gonna tell you one of the.
Your goodness crossed all communities.
I cross all communities. I walk all over Half Moon Bay. Half Moon Bay is my community. I don't see my District 3 as my community. I represent everybody. Right.
Yes, and you once said that you would maybe do better in the number of votes if it was at-large elections, because you have support all through the community, right?
Well, yeah. I do. You know, I do have support across the community, but I still, you know, see it will give us a focus on certain areas about the issues that happen in a specific community. Even though
it's going to create factions. It's going to introduce, I don't know, I'm from New York. I know all about ward politics. There's going to be turf fighting, ward politics, and factionalization. It's going to cause division. We were, you know, a community where we could work on our common interests, and that is going to end. And I guarantee you, I'm saying this now, this is my prediction. We are going to rue this time when we adopt these maps. You know, it doesn't produce the value that the Voting Rights Act is talking about, just like it doesn't in Santa Monica. All it's going to do is create ward politics, horse trading, and turf wars. So I'll get off my high horse. I will mention, though, that Belmont is going to go to 4 districts elected mayor. I just wanted to point that out.
And Menlo Park is not. I'm from the Bronx, and we get along pretty damn well with Brooklyn. It takes me an hour on the subway to get over to Brooklyn, so we all agree we have the best pizza in New York. But
Harvey's had his hand up
for a while.
I just want to explain to Joaquin and anyone else, if you want to support map 504C, since it was the first motion put on the table, you have to vote no on the third motion that was put on the table, which was to support map 503B, and the second motion, which was put on the table to wait for more community input. Only if you vote no on those 2 motions do you have an opportunity to vote yes on the first motion, which was the first reading of the ordinance to support map 504C. I just wanted to clarify how that would work.
Okay, so I am going to ask for a roll call on motion 3, which is to, I'm not sure if the right phrase is approve or adopt map 503B.
And it would be to direct staff to bring back an ordinance adopting map 503B.
So that's my motion, and Deborah made a second, so roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Rohrbeck?
No.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Absolutely yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Okay, so now we're moving to the second motion on the table. Deborah, would you like to restate your motion?
Yes, I propose that we, I move that we do not take we do not pass, Jessica, can you make the motion for me or tell me what to say? It's
you were looking for
11 o'clock.
Additional public input on both
yes.
5 district maps?
Yes.
Okay, so would it be to direct staff to hold another redistricting committee meeting on the 2 5 district maps and schedule an additional public hearing for the council? Is that what you're looking for?
No, what I'm looking for is more public input. I would direct staff to get public input from Kenyatta Cove on the 2 maps.
I need something more specific than that.
Maybe you can state it for me.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what that means. Are we saying, by saying that, you're saying that Why are we directing staff to get that input versus the redistricting committee?
Well, I don't care if the redistricting committee does it or staff does it.
Well, that's
all
important.
I care about is that
that's important to me, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, what's important to me, excuse me, is that we get more public input from Kenyatta Cove on their opinion of maps 504C and map 503B in order to help the redistricting committee present to us another alternative.
What do you mean by another alternative?
I don't mean that.
So we'll figure out a way to obtain additional public input, and specifically from Kenyatta Cove, and then we will bring back both maps along with that additional public input to the council. Is that what?
Yes, that's what I'm asking for. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's 11 o'clock.
And I second that motion. Could we have a roll call, please?
Okay, wait a second. That's really a little discussion, because now that we got it actually phrased, do you have any thoughts about that, Joaquin, either way?
So is that we're gonna invite the community from also Lorraine, from District 3, from 503B to enter the discussion?
Yeah.
That, I mean, we're gonna specify to Kenyatta Cove, right? Because of 503, 504B, no 504C, then we have to address, the change of maps. We have to ask discussion if we're trying to assume that 503B is going to be put on the table, right?
That both maps would be put on the table to get their input only on those 2 5-district maps.
Not specifically Kenyatta Cove, right?
It could be Alsace Lorraine too. I don't care. Just curious.
Yeah, that's fine.
I was just going to say, if that's the direction of the motion, to notice publicly how we always do, which but then to also specifically notice the people who have deferments. That's what we would do in both sides.
Okay, right.
And just to be clear, if you support this motion, you would not have an opportunity to support 504C, which would be
at this time. At this time, you would have a chance to consider 504C again after you've had public input.
Yeah,
hold your horses, Harvey.
Yeah, there would be. That's right. We'd be able to. This council still does not have to accept anything that they don't want to at the end of the day. So it's providing a little more time to get input from both Alsace Lorraine and Kenyatta Cove. So Joaquin, you were about to say something and then Bob clarified. So I wanted to.
Okay, so this, just to be clear, so this motion, okay, is just to hear from the community of Half Moon Bay about those 2 different maps.
Correct. No other maps under consideration.
Specifically, she said to do the outreach. Isn't that what you're talking about now, is doing outreach to Kenyatta Cove and District 4 and District 3? I'm not following.
Vice Mayor.
You're muted, Deborah.
Yes, it's to do public outreach.
Are we going to do special meetings for the public outreach? They're going to be invited to come to a meeting? How's that going to?
Maybe. I don't know. I'd leave that up to staff to figure out.
So, a motion to direct staff to schedule and do outreach around at least one additional public hearing on maps 504C and 503B to those that would be, I'm guessing, impacted by deferments in districts 3 and 4. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think does that catch it?
That catches it.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Penrose.
Yes, that's perfect.
Yep.
And I'll second that. Any further discussion? Robert?
I like the idea of getting more input because we have all these weird surveys out there that frankly, I've never really felt comfortable with any of them.
I'm glad to hear you say that because I don't like it when people disparage some surveys, then, extol their own biased, surveys.
I live with a survey expert and I just know both those surveys were pretty queasy. So as far as I'm concerned, but so what do you think about that, Joaquin? Because getting more
even with the information that was shown, given to us, I'm looking at the maps right there right in front of me and just comparing, that 504C still makes sense to me, even with that, I will give the opportunity, to hear from the community about, the other map that is on the table, that is, 503B.
Thank you.
I don't think my decision will change. I will still support, 504C, even after I hear from the community. But, I will give the opportunity to hear from the community. My decision will not change. I will still support, 504C. But,
I think we ought to, while we're, talking about, these maps, we might as well just open it up to the public generally too. You don't want to preclude people from being able to participate in a public meeting, right? So you might want to be talking about, the two maps and their deferments, but I would open it up to, anybody can come or anybody can participate.
Yeah, but I'm going to give heavy weight to those two communities that are affected by
That's fine. But you don't want to preclude people from participating, right? So your lens may be, these two districts and their impacts, but you can't keep people out.
And I think the redistricting commission, because they felt like, there's this issue, we felt, we cut off some of the process from more deliberation. I think that would take care of that issue. That no, we're allowing the redistricting committee to consider input from the community. And as Joaquin says, that might not change our votes at all.
Right.
But we know that there's only these two maps to choose from, and we will have the final say. So I'm comfortable with that if Joaquin's comfortable with it.
Can we do the vote and the discussion?
We're going to have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
I'll go along with that. With what's been proposed.
Is that a yes, Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes, that's a yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrback?
No.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes, and the next time I make a motion, I'll make a better motion. I promise you all.
Oh, no, right. These are complicated.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries. And then if I could just clarify from a staff perspective. So some ideas that I have include, Deputy or Mayor, to your comment about including the entire public, but we can print both maps in the newspaper. We can also print them large and put them in the windows of City Hall. We'll utilize all of our normal communications channels to try and alert as many people that we can. I will have to get creative as to how I reach the two neighborhoods specifically, but it's possible that if I provide the map to our printer that they would be able to print something that we could send a mailer to just those neighborhoods. And then I did want to clarify what I had in mind was that we could also hold an additional redistricting advisory committee meeting to take public input there, or we can just come back to the council. But what we could do at the March 15th council meeting is hold a public hearing to consider the two maps and then also introduce the ordinance at that time based on the map that is selected by the city council, and then second reading would be on April 5th. And then that gives us that time to conduct this additional public outreach.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, you know, the committee has done fabulous work in the time it was allotted, right? They've done hard work. They've passed on, you know, 4 maps, and we're not denigrating their map. They sent us 4 maps. It's perfectly within our rights to consider another map. So I would keep it in front of the city council.
Okay.
The redistricting committee, you know, you could make it a joint committee if you wanted to, a joint hearing between the council and the committee.
That's interesting.
It was more, from my perspective, an avenue for public comment at a meeting versus written comment submitted. So
yeah, I think it's important to give people a chance to do written and to do oral, you know, at a Zoom meeting. So
and it's important for people to show up or forever hold their peace.
I would definitely include the deferment information, you know, because that's the thing, you know, people didn't seem to pay attention until they heard about the deferment.
That's right.
So I think we need to include that information. And like you said, we might end up in the same place, but we will have, you know, honored the process, and I think that's good.
And there was a fair amount of discomfort on the redistricting committee about it. So regarding the deferment piece. So
yeah.
Okay. Whew.
So I'll begin doing that additional public outreach, and then I'll notice the public hearing for March 15th. And so that will be a public hearing on the 2 maps, map selection, and introduction and first reading of the ordinance for that selected map.
Good. Great. And I think this cures some process issues that came up. And I feel better since I know I was responsible for citing some of those process issues. So it's good.
Okay, so we're moving on to resolutions and staff reports. Item 3A, Poplar Street Deferred Street Improvement Agreements. Staff can start. I'm going to take a quick little pause here, and I'll be right back.
I need to pause myself.
Madam Mayor, I think this is the time where you would consider recusing yourself from this item, and it is the last item on the agenda.
Okay, so I will recuse myself, and I will leave the meeting, and you guys can close. And Deborah, you can take over. I forgot about that. Yeah. Are you good with that, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
And I just want to say thanks to everyone for some good, robust conversation, right? There were a lot of points of view. We had a good conversation. It was good stuff. Thank you.
Mr. Dowdy, are you ready?
We do need to wait, Bob, as we technically only have 2 council members right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there's John.
Sorry.
But we have to wait for a council member.
Okay. We're good now, John.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, and I'll be
Robert's
brief.
not
I know
here.
the hour.
Excuse me, Robert is not here, and he said he was just going to take a quick break. So he should be here within a minute or 2.
Got it.
I think we can get started. Robert's here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. I know it's the evening is late, and so I will be as brief as I can on this item. Tonight, we are here to ask for some policy direction from the council regarding the disposition of deferred street improvement agreements on Poplar Street in particular. And the request is just that we have 20 property owners who have deferred street improvement agreements that have occurred over the years. And at this point, we are moving forward with the Poplar Traffic Calming Capital Project. And we are asking for your input on whether to include those deferred street improvement agreements into the budget considerations, and ultimately to ask for direction on how to proceed with allocating cost if you choose to require those deferred improvement agreements to be called. So the municipal code provides for and requires full street improvements at the time of building permits and development. The code also includes provisions that allow for recording and approval of a deferred street improvement agreement. And where basically for most instances, that's where there aren't adjacent properties with improvements. It makes sort of sometimes no sense to build improvements in front of the house when there is nothing to connect to, for example, and you don't have certain kind of delineated improvements. Again, 20 property owners on Poplar have these deferred improvement agreements. Basically, the idea behind these deferred improvements agreements were to allow for the development of those full frontage improvements at a time when it would be more advantageous to the property owner in terms of either the city going forward with a larger project or enough of the adjacent properties going forward with those improvements, or in the third scenario, that there is agreement within the community to look at forming a benefit assessment district. And that kind of falls into the first category, which is the city is working forward a project. I'll note just for this purpose that there, in addition to these 20 plus additional one that's not within the project boundary area, there are then about 260 additional agreements citywide. And over the last several years, staff has begun to shift away from the deferrals in favor of actually getting the approval, simply because the challenges that those bring to us and for you in terms of when to call, how to call, and how long should we defer these improvements. With regard to Poplar in particular, in 2017, we received a grant for $1.2 million toward construction of improvements at the Poplar Street corridor, basically to improve accessibility, get ADA compliant travel path from Main Street to Railroad, particularly with the children and with the seniors who wish to come to and from the beach or area or from downtown. and a number of kind of factors there. I'm happy and very pleased to tell you that the Planning Commission approved the coastal development permit last week for this project. There were a number of revisions and conditions attached to that, but we're working through with the next level to the 95% design to include those and also prepare the bid documents. We are currently working on the fiscal year 2022-23 capital improvement program and the fiscal year 22-23 capital budget. And tonight's decision process helps us in identifying at least a revenue source for funding of the remainder costs to this project. Also, it starts us down the path of understanding how we might allocate the $1.2 million sort of across all properties. And so everybody is benefiting a little bit, and those who have these deferred improvement agreements would also benefit to some extent from that grant. So those are sort of the factors that are driving this conversation tonight. So this is included in your staff report, and I'm not going to go into great detail with this. What I can say is that that this map sort of reflects some of the interesting issues, and obviously we have parcels located throughout Poplar Street from the Main Street side to the railroad. But every parcel is a bit different in terms of what exists in front of their properties and what will exist in front of those properties upon development and improvement through this project. And as such, we still have work to do to allocate ultimate cost. I'll note, for example, you've got these 4 units here. These 2 units don't actually have street frontage, but these do. And so there's an allocation that would be far different for these 4 parcels, particularly over one of these, and one of these, for example. So it just, there's going to have to be a lot of work given and thought given to that process. I'll also note, unrelated but related to this, is that these parcels and this parcel that's undeveloped in here, per the coastal development permit, are required to enter into a reimbursement agreement with the city. So upon development, they would reimburse the city for the improvements that are installed along their frontage as part of the Poplar project. And that obligation per state law would be up to 10 years for that to occur, and that reimbursement. So that would also, in this situation, be a source of funding down the road, but would have to be fronted, obviously, at this point for the project. This is also in your staff report. I think the notable piece to this is just when and how long these have been out there in some circumstances. And so they run actually to 2000, anyway, they run, we've been collecting and putting forth these agreements for some time, and we have not had a project of this nature that would call for these to be utilized, and ultimately called, we believe we're at a time that is the appropriate thing to do. So again, our recommendation would be to request that we and authorize staff to send letters to those 20 parcels indicating our intent to basically seek payment on those for those deferred frontage improvements, and direct staff to come back within 90 days to kind of formalize the methodology of allocating and calculating cost for each of those parcels. And that concludes my presentation. I'm certainly available to take any questions.
Council, does anyone have a question or comment?
It's clear to me.
Joaquin and Harvey, you're all right?
Yep, no questions.
Okay, I have just one question. Of the number of parcels on Poplar Street, what percentage is 20? Is it like 5%, 10%?
There are approximately 80 parcels along this frontage, give or take a couple. So you're basically talking about 25% of the parcels.
And Madam Vice Mayor, each property owner was noticed of this meeting tonight, and I do see that there is a hand raised when you get to that part.
Okay. All right, why don't we open public comment?
Thank you. First speaker is Sarah Polgar.
Hi, can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm Sarah Polgar. I'm one of the property owners in question on Poplar. And so I just wanted to share a few things that maybe I hope you can consider in your deliberation on this item. So I did want to recognize that I realize having a bunch of deferred street improvement agreements to track and manage is definitely not ideal situation for the city. But I also want to point out that from the perspective of the landowners, putting in the improvements, or having deferred improvements is not a great situation either. It would have been a lot easier to just put it in cheaper, frankly, to just put in the improvements, for instance, when we built back in 2007, but in light of kind of the lack of, how Poplar is, when lack of existing improvements to kind of build or add into, they're deferred. And so, I'm very happy that this Poplar Street Improvements project is moving forward. But I did want to point out that thinking about the cost, at what looks to me will be like more than 10K per property to kind of do this now, it is going to be daunting and burdensome for some of the property owners affected, just to be aware that it's a very different cost than if they had been able to do it at the point of back when. And I realize the agreements are the agreements, but I just wanted to point that out. The second comment actually has to do with the very large cypress trees that everyone agrees should be preserved and maintained. And I realize that maintenance of the trees is not part of this capital improvements discussion, but I wanted to share that for the property owners with these large cypress trees that are in the public right of way in front of their homes, the ongoing maintenance costs are borne by us, by the property owner. So in my case, we have a big tree. In our case, that's been more than $6,000 in costs for pruning by professionals during our time. And, I've spent a lot of time pruning that tree. So that's a lot already invested in this kind of right of way. And so now, there's going to be, especially for the owners who have been maintaining the big trees out front, they're now facing, obviously more cost with the street improvements. That's fine, but there's really no relief in sight. And I realize that's a different discussion, but I would encourage the city council to think about increasing a maintenance budget, because right now my understanding is that the city staff, there's just not enough maintenance budget to allow for city maintenance staff to work on the trees. And I think that should be prioritized. They should to give more staff or more funding to make it available for maintenance and operation so that the land property owners aren't continuing to have to bear this burden. I feel like I've done my time and put in the money, and I want to see the tree continue to be healthy. But I do think it is the city's responsibility. So, and I appreciate that that's not put on the table for today, but I just wanted to add that in so you can at least be aware of it. And I do want to thank staff for moving this project forward. I'm, very excited to see the Poplar Street improvements move forward. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Rick Hernandez.
Hello, I'm Rick Hernandez. I am the Vice Chair of the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission. I am a resident of Arleta Park and a Latino who is speaking on his own behalf. I have also recused myself from voting on this project or having any involvement on it as it affects others. This project is in my front yard, and me voting on it would represent a conflict of interest. That said, I've also been advised that I can talk about this project as it impacts me directly. And so I'm going to focus my comments on this wonderful project and how it will affect me. I think a path in front of my house is a great idea. If done right, it will improve the value of my house. The deferred agreement is an interesting topic. And I think it's important, as Sarah mentioned, to provide, she is my next door neighbor, to provide context to what happened when we built our house. The planning, our neighbors were very excited that as a part of this project, we might be forced to cut down the 2 cypress trees that were in our yard at the time. And the planning commission at that time attached a condition of approval that our project would not require street improvements at that time. Not that we wouldn't ever not have to do street improvements, but at that time, we would not have to put street improvements in based on feedback from the neighbors and our own desire to keep these awesome trees in front of our house. Subsequently, the city council enacted a policy, this is 15 years ago, 14 years ago or so, where the responsibility for maintaining those trees then became my responsibility. So I now have these trees, which were planted by the city in the city right-of-way, and now I've been given responsibility to maintain them. I have spent more than $10,000 paying to keep these trees healthy and to make sure that they comply with the laws. And our city staff are very good about making sure that if we're doing something wrong and we need to trim them a little more appropriately, that they notice us. And that's a cost that we bear as neighbors. And so I do think some of the proposals, as I understand them, from John Dowdy and the city's perspective is, somebody's not going to necessarily have to cough up 5K, 10K up front. They would have a deferred payment schedule. Concepts like this have been discussed. I don't think the details have been fleshed out. But if you send a letter to 20 neighbors, and there are 80 lots, but there are only about 60 lots that are actually developed on the street, as I understand it. So if you send letters to a third of the neighbors saying you're going to have to pay 5K to 10K and any other trees you have on your property, it's going to be alarming. So it might be good to just think about what are you sending to the neighbors? What is the communication? This is a wonderful project as it impacts me. And it would be a shame for it not to be completed because we alarm people and set the expectation of something that may not be payable, may not be affordable for some people who are living in some of these houses. So that's just some context. And again, very supportive of the process, and as it impacts me only, my comments are just focused on my property for this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rick. I have no further speakers, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. Council. Robert.
Yeah, I thought Rick brings up a good point. I don't know what kind of letters, this is kind of a new thing we're dealing with here, right? So, yeah, I think let's be very thoughtful about how we write those letters. And, don't just come across as bureaucratic and tell people the options. I like that we're considering options for deferred payments. Maybe we can get some arrangements with our credit union. Who knows? I mean, there might be other possibilities that we can help people with, but yeah, I just think we should be thoughtful about it. Not just say slam bam, you owe us this money. I appreciate. Glad to have Rick look at some drafts if he thinks he can write in a way that's appealing to his neighbors. But yeah, it's a good point. So that's all I have to say. And I also appreciate, Poplar is its own unique street. It's a gateway to our city beach. So yeah, we'll have to talk as a council about helping out with some maintenance, because it's not like all neighborhoods have trees. We all, and there's trees in front of people's private homes. They have to maintain them so they don't blow down. But I think Poplar might present an interesting, unique situation as gateway to one of our prime properties on the beach. So good. I like all the points that were brought up. Great.
Thank you. Other council members?
I'm sorry. I thought the city we usually maintain the trees on Poplar, as they do on Main Street. But that's a good point. I didn't know it was that costly to maintain a tree. I'm sure the trimming and protecting the tree, and especially if it's some of the old cypress trees. But it is a good point. How we're going to be addressing the people that say the own properties on Poplar, that there's going to be a bill attached to the property, an extra bill attached to the property. So how are we going to be able to take care of that?
It's a nuanced situation, right? Every neighborhood, right? People have trees. So is there something special about Poplar that we can make an extenuating circumstance? And I don't have the answer, but I'm interested if there might be some answers to that and how we can work that.
Yeah, me too. I mean, how are we going to...
Each property owner was informed when they bought their property that they would be expected to make payments to street improvements in front of their home. So it's not like it's a surprise. The question is, do we hold them to that agreement that they agree that agreement, or do we say no, we don't care, they cannot pay what they owe? And I think that the city's interest is in seeing that the bill is paid. If we ask a property owner who just moves into Poplar today, we ask him for that money up front. We just didn't do it between 1976 and 2000. So these are the property owners that we're talking about. And I think that we can, in the future, not tonight because it's not part of the discussion, but in the future, we could talk about how we can arrange for payment and whether we can help some people or however we do it. We can come up with a plan that makes sense and that doesn't overly burden people. But
that is part 2 of our recommendation, to come back within 90 days with that discussion, because we'll know more about the costs at that point. Right now, they're only estimates. I will also add, Vice Mayor, there is a late hand. It's your prerogative whether you want to take it or not.
Yeah, I'd like to take it.
Okay. Cindy? Cindy, you're muted if you're there. Cindy?
Now speak.
Maybe not.
Hi, Cindy. Can you try speaking to see if we can hear you?
She's unmuted, but the mic is not working.
Okay. Would you like to try again, Cindy? Unmuting yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I'm a homeowner in the 600 block of Poplar, and I was unaware when I bought my home that there was a deferred agreement. The first I heard of it and saw of it was when it came in the mail last week. So how would that affect people like myself?
Can staff address that question?
I'd probably defer to Catherine for the for the answer. Although these were and are recorded with the properties they should have been part of, and the documentation, they're also part of the approved conditions. So I mean, we can certainly look at the situations with that, but this is like many issues that come up with regard to disclosures. It's a difficult issue in terms of what private parties do and what their title companies also convey to them. But this does run with the land and would have been and should have been conveyed through any and all property owners through as a obligation of the owner at whatever point they're called.
Could Cindy contact to just follow up with staff?
We can certainly talk to her and find out the conditions, but.
Great. Thank you, Cindy. Please follow up with City Hall. Is there any other speakers?
No further speakers.
Okay, we'll end public comment and come back to council for final discussion. Can I have a motion?
Someone like to put that back up?
I will just.
Yeah, that's all right. Let's see, I move that we request staff send letters to the owners of the 20 parcels in Poplar Street with existing deferred street improvement agreements indicating the city's intent to seek payment for a portion of the deferred frontage improvements in conjunction with the Poplar Street traffic calming and safety project, and direct staff to return to the City Council within 90 days to formalize the methodology of allocating and calculating costs for each parcel and alternatives for installment payment plans.
I have a question before we vote. She said that property owner said she'd received a notice. She'd already gotten the letter.
No, no, she's only in the last week she got a letter, but that she never knew when she took the property.
No, I understand that, but this is asking the letters go out. She said she already got her letter.
Vice Mayor, we sent, and it's attached to your staff report, we sent a notice to each of the 20 parcel owners indicating that you were going to be discussing the disposition of those agreements. We attached a copy of the agreement to each one of the individual letters in the event that this situation arose that people were unaware. So assuming that's how Cindy received notice of this meeting, and we will send subsequent letters if this recommendation is approved tonight.
I'm wondering if we could wait to send the letters until we have discussed a possible payment plan.
I
hate to send them a letter and say you owe $10,000.
Our intention is, what I can say is that the comments were, we received the comments. We understand how we need to write the letters, and not be bureaucratic and also threatening in any way. But I do think that it's important that we can withhold the letters. What we're really looking for is policy direction as to whether your intention is to basically call these parcels when the letters go out. Is a matter of not so much the issue, although I think giving folks as much notice as possible is always a good thing. And I think that's the council's policy as well.
I think, in my opinion, if I were going to get a letter, I'd like to have it come softly so that it said, you're going to owe $10,000, and we have payment plans available, and they include deferring payments or whatever the council decides. So I would prefer to send the letters out after the council has to formalize the methodology of allocating and calculating costs for each parcel and alternatives for installment payment plans.
Here's
I'm saying.
Here, if I could, the only reason that I will question that is that we really should let folks know that you're taking and making a decision with regard to the methodology of allocating and calculating. So we will still be sending them a subsequent letter saying the council is going to be talking about this. So I guess it's a matter of of how you wish to do that. We can certainly modify the recommendation if that's the deal, that we won't send the formal letters requesting the payment ultimately or indicating your payment, but we will really and should need to send them notice that you're going to, in 90 days, talk about how you're allocating their cost and calculating the cost. Now, again, the reason why this is written this way is until we have a bid project, we still won't have the absolute cost and costs that are attached to each parcel. So what this was intended to do was to establish the methodology of allocating and calculating costs. And we can give a pretty good idea, but until we bid, we don't know what all the cost of concrete, of decomposed granite, of all the aspects of this project are going to be. So we're still caught in a situation that in 90 days, I can't tell a person absolutely what their bill is going to be.
Yeah, I think it's important, if I'm following you, John, to let people definitively know that there is an intent to seek some payment for a portion, details to be worked out, and, try and, equalize and, make the burden as, boy, I'm losing words here, but make sure it's a burden that's been very thoughtfully thought through, and a process that might be able to accommodate people's needs depending on situations. But
and I will say this, I fully anticipate that we will meet with probably every single one of these individuals in the field to talk to them about this, if not at least, most of them for sure. And we're certainly going to do that and walk them through that. This is, we've got 282 of these citywide. This is something that, it's a first that we're ever, actually asking for these to be paid. We are going to need to look at this and look at this as guidance for how we approach these in the future as we look at other projects. So this is an important piece for us to get this right. I think it's obviously important for you and for the property owners to understand that we do care and are considerate of their needs as well.
And it's also good to let homeowners know as soon as possible if it's something they might need to think about budgeting for, ahead of time. So.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Madam Vice Mayor, we have no commission or committee updates tonight. Deborah, you're muted.
You're still muted.
Are there any city council reports? Okay, hearing none. Any items for future consideration? Okay, with that, I will adjourn the meeting.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you,
Good
everybody.
night. Thank you.
Thank you all adieu.
Good night. Thanks.
Yeah.